Watch these faces. Look closer with attention. Is it they who stand the front line? Is it they who save the brethren? Is it they who defend our land? Is it they who keep our skies? Is it they who make our area stand strong? Yes, it's they. Then and now, the veterans who didn't break, who've become the backbone of our country, bringing back small and medium businesses, providing the brethren with inspiration, caring after those killed and missing in action and their families, serving the example of leadership, resilience, helping other veterans to come back to civilian life, preparing the nation to resist, and sharing their priceless experience with the young people. Just regard these faces. Aren't they the best example of how one can serve the nation, the land, the future? Yes, it is them. Hi, hello everyone. Hello everyone. I'm General Popenko, the mouthpiece of the Ministry for Veteran Affairs. I hope you're okay today, you're in a good mood. This is what should be when you're in good company of your brothers and sisters, veterans, ready to fight for things most dearest for the country, the freedom, the independence, and the security. So let us thank the veterans present here for their choice, for their work. We thank you, dear friends. It's going to be a very dense day for us when we'll be talking about some important things, most urgent ones, most necessary one about challenges and opportunities. And because of that, I'm honored to invite here to this scene the President of Ukraine, the Supreme Commander Volodymyr Zelensky. Glory to Ukraine.
Please take your seats. Our fellow warriors, veterans, everyone from Ukraine, with Ukraine, standing alongside our defenders. I'm happy to congratulate you and to welcome you, and I'd like to continue the tradition of Veterans Forums on the eve of the Independence Day of Ukraine. I would like to commence this year's forum with the words of gratitude, with the applause to every one of you standing and defending our country's independence. We remember that the independent Ukraine stands because of those who do care about its future. We thank you. And I would like to have special words of gratitude to Mark Rutte. It is a great honor for me, and I'm very grateful for him being here in Ukraine together with his team. He supported this proposal. I really wanted you to be present here at the Veterans Forum. Thank you. Dear audience, many of us, back in our childhood, we heard the word veterans. It was about our relatives, about people who were staying alongside with us. They were the one who fought during the Second World War. There was elderly people just like my grandfather who was fighting against the Nazis. We saw those veterans. We saw the war somewhere distant. They sometimes recall this war, but they also recall those who were fighting alongside with them. They were proud of protecting the life, but they were never making that a sort of a cult. They never thought that the war might return and might become something ordinary for the Europe, and that their grandsons, young generations, will once again stand to fight, and they will be called veterans, and that the similar evil will come, although this time it is called Russianism. In 2014, in 2022, these years already bring the war that is longer than the Second World War, and nobody knows when this war for the independence of Ukraine will be over. But we're doing everything possible for that to happen, not sometimes in the future, but as soon as possible. And this is crucial. What is very important, that the war would end in a real safety and security for our sons and grandsons, but this war to be ended in a fair manner, with dignity to Ukraine, to Ukrainians, to all the warriors and veterans. I have no doubts that Ukraine will defend its independence, and we have already, and you have already defended the independence. We have united around Ukraine, around such a courageous nation. We have united Europe. We have united many other countries of the world. Now our task is to make sure that our sons, our children and grandchildren, the next generation of Ukrainians, won't need to fight at war. The key to that are the security guarantees that we are working on together with our partners. And today we have Mark here with us, and he's a great friend to Ukraine and all of us. Together with him, together with the other European leaders and the leaders of the United States, together with the coalition of our partners that encompasses over 30 countries, we are currently preparing the so much important to Ukraine security guarantees. I am confident that this is going to happen based on our strong and powerful armed forces, and that means based on your experience, the experience of combat operations and your effectiveness, as well as the experience of your comrades. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians who are currently on the front line performing combat tasks or have already returned with dignity and honor. I don't want to talk about the challenges. You know all about the figures and the statistics. We will hear about this from our officials. We'll hear proposals, initiatives, and solutions, which is important. But it is also important for all of you to know and to feel that Ukraine is so much grateful to you. And we also hope that you will stay with Ukraine in future. You will consolidate and work for Ukraine. You will save it for the next generations. You will bring the knowledge that the bravery saves the history. I thank you. I would like to honor the memory of all of our soldiers, all of our men and women who gave their lives for the sake of us. So let us honor them with a moment of silence.
Дякую.
Слава
Україні!
Glory to Ukraine. The floor is given to the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte.
Dear veterans, dear family members, dear friends and supporters of Ukraine, dear President, dear Volodymyr, it is a privilege to be here today, 2 days before your Independence Day, to honor Ukraine's heroes, the defenders of this great nation. For 11 long years, brave Ukrainian men and women have been on the front line, resisting Russian aggression. For 3.5 years of full-scale war, hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians have taken up arms to defend everything you hold dear. From all walks of life, professional soldiers, politicians, medics, musicians, engineers, entrepreneurs. You show what it means to put service over self, to stand up and answer your nation's call. We are here today to thank you for your service and sacrifice, and to thank your friends and relatives for their support. No one has been untouched by this brutal war. I visited brave Ukrainian defenders in Kharkiv in 2024, when I was Dutch Prime Minister. I had the honor to meet wounded members of the armed services on visits to Kyiv and Odessa. In fact, my first visit as Secretary General of NATO was to Kyiv just days after I arrived at NATO. Because I want to send the message, loud and clear: NATO stands with Ukraine. We stood with you from the beginning, and we stand with you now. And we will stand with you throughout the challenges ahead. NATO allies and partners have provided unprecedented military support to Ukraine, including critical air defenses, ammunition, armored vehicles, and fighter jets. We continue to support you through our office in Kyiv, our Security Assistance and Training Command, our Joint Lessons Learned Center, and much more. Last month, President Trump and I launched a new initiative to get large supplies of US lethal weapons to Ukraine quickly. A number of European allies have already provided more than $1.5 billion. NATO allies are also working hard to end this brutal war, because no one deserves peace more than Ukraine. I welcome President Trump's tireless efforts to end the bloodshed and bring Putin to the table. Because ultimately, the only way to end the fighting is by talking. But it is time for Russia to stop the killing. It's time for Putin to show he is serious. And it is time for concrete steps towards a just and lasting peace. And that is exactly what we are working on today and tomorrow and these weeks. President Trump hosted President Zelensky along with several European leaders on Monday. And we discussed next steps following the meeting President Trump held with Putin just a few days before. We focused, indeed, as the President said, on security guarantees for Ukraine. Ukraine's friends and partners will here work together, Europe, the Europeans, the US and Ukraine, so that it is clear to all that any peace will last. Robust security guarantees, along with your strong Ukrainian armed forces, will deter aggression and protect the peace. And in all this, we stand with you. The mark of any great nation is how it treats its veterans. And while many of you have left the armed forces, rest assured, we will not leave you behind. NATO's cooperation with the Ministry of Veteran Affairs dates back to 2018. And we provide substantial support through our comprehensive assistance package, including funding for psychological rehabilitation and mental health, a crisis support hotline for veterans and their families, and a network of 5 rehabilitation centers across Ukraine to help heal the wounds, seen and unseen. NATO has also been a proud sponsor of the Ukrainian national team in the Invictus Games since 2017. I was honored as Dutch Prime Minister to welcome these incredible athletes to the Games in my hometown, The Hague, a few years ago. They are a testament of triumph over adversity. Ukraine's freedom is built on the broad shoulders of its veterans, and your bright future will be built on them too. Even after leaving active service, we know that your service to your country does not end there. Veterans play an important role in politics and local communities. You will play a pivotal role in shaping your country's future. And the experience of Ukrainian veterans will be tremendously important as we transform our approach to transatlantic defense. On the anniversary of the full-scale war, we welcomed members of Ukraine's cultural armed forces to NATO headquarters, including Ola, a violinist, and Yuri, a singer. Both have returned to active duty after being seriously injured in battle. And both are now using their voices and their instruments to tell the story of Ukraine's resilience and determination to the world. Dear friends, dear veterans, courage will forever have a name: Ukraine. And it will forever wear the pride colors, yellow and blue. You have inspired the world with your bravery. And I say it once again, loud and clear, NATO stands with you. Slava Ukraini.
Ladies and gentlemen, we initiate the decorations ceremony under the decree of the President of Ukraine for the personal courage and heroism while defending the state sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, the self-dedicated service to the people of Ukraine, the hero of Ukraine, and the Golden Star are currently presented to Kryvtsov Maxim Alexandrovich, combatant posthumously. The decoration is provided to his mother.
Нагороджено орденом Богдана
The
Хмельницького
Order
третього
of Bogdan
ступеня.
Khmelnytsky third class is currently presented to Dobryansky Simkorovich, Lieutenant. The Order for Courage First Class is provided to Kongurov Alexander Vyacheslavovich, Sergeant. Plotnikov Bogdan Volodymyrovich, Sergeant. Order for Courage Third Class is presented to Moroz Alexander, Sergeant. Chemeris Jan Sergeyevich, Private. The medal for the military service to Ukraine is currently presented to Kozlov Artem Hennadievich, Captain. For personal achievements in the defending of the state sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, social activity, the Order for Services is currently presented to Yermokhin Maxim Alexeyevich, the head of the direction to support the communities called the Space of Communities, a combatant, a veteran. Levkon Mykola Volodymyrovich, head of department of the Ukrop community, veteran. Itzhak Andrei Alexandrovich, a volunteer, veteran, combatant. President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. This is the end of the decoration ceremony. We thank the President of Ukraine and NATO Secretary General for their participation in the forum. We thank Mr. President and the Secretary General for such a good start to our forum, for the decorations truly earned, even though as I was looking at the screen, just as in case with Maxim, surely I wanted Maxim to receive another literature award or the award named after Taras Shevchenko, but the time defines the type of decorations, so honor to those veterans. And the example of Maxim truly shows how diversified are the representatives of the veterans community. Should you take a look at our guests, surely we're all different. Should you try to answer to the question, who is the Ukrainian veteran? Well, it's hard, but I would say that the person who's going to deliver a statement is used to such a significant challenge, so you would be not afraid of this question, who is the Ukrainian veteran? This is the title for the next statement. I would like to invite the hero of Ukraine, the Colonel of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, to the stage. Leonid Hoda, please, the floor is yours. Glory to Ukraine. Good afternoon, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, and of course, fellow veterans. Sorry. The year of 2014 was in the past. I'm working abroad, just making plans for the future. Kind of life is fine, and back home in Ukraine was Maidan, and I followed the news on TV. I talked to my friends, and my late friend Oleg Kutin, you know, he kept saying to me, you have to return. Your military experience could be useful. I was a reserve captain at the time, because you need to train the young generations to fight, to defend Ukraine, because Russia may start a war against Ukraine. And I said, like, Oleg, what war are you talking about? Unfortunately, he was right, because the events in Crimea showed the inevitability of certain events, but on the overall, I took the aircraft, I went back to Ukraine, I went to a drafting station, and I was the deputy battalion commander, then a company commander, then deputy brigade commander, then I was a brigade commander for 11 years, and I'm still wearing a military uniform, standing here in front of you. I don't know the reason for this decision that I've made, but still tens of thousands of my comrades did the same. Then the beginning of the full-scale invasion of Russia to Ukraine. Surely all of us remember that day, early in the morning. All the analysts around the world were thinking whether Ukraine will last for 72 hours or maybe 92 or 94 hours. And putting plans. I had 3 days for all of that, and I was the commander of the 1st Tank Brigade in the Chernihiv direction, and we had some captured documents, battle documents, and it was clearly written that some things would have to happen on the 1st, on the 2nd, on the 3rd day, so that, like, it would be Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and then Sunday, and on Monday there would be no Ukraine. So what was the reason? And as Taliban was rightly mentioned, this black swan. You, the veterans, I think you've become not like a black swan, but a foul swan in Putin's plans. That was early in the morning, 5 a.m. We've seen first missiles, shellings, the helicopters and salvans of military equipment are heading towards Kyiv, while the many vehicles with the civilians are headed to the west. Well, it's something that you might have expected, because people would be saving children, and thousands of other people are taking the reverse path, going to Kharkiv. And we all remember the first days in the military drafting station. There were a lot of queues, and Alexander Moroz was the battalion commander. He was demobilized in 2016. He was in England. He had a job. His children were studying there. He left his family there, and he traveled to Kyiv, Ukraine, and there were thousands of others who did the same. So there's this question. It's hard for me to describe a veteran, a combatant, using only 5 minutes of time that I was allocated for this speech. But in the beginning of the full-scale invasion, we had not a single case of AWOL. The soldiers and officers were trying to escape the hospitals in order to return to their units. Nobody was making a phone call. Nobody was giving any directions to them. They were simply joining the lines, because that was something that they've made a decision for themselves. Veteran. How would you put it in a better way? You have to understand that the veteran has a very well-developed feeling of mutual support and justice and fairness, because when you're at war, well, nothing can happen without the trust. And when they return to the civil life back home, they face with different challenges which might happen in the social life. Someone might not be, employing them. They got refused from certain positions. And in some cases, people with PTSD are aggressive. It's hard for them to be part of the team workforce at some companies. So here is this paradox. On the one hand, the state and the business, they require a lot of human resources, not only from the front line, but back in the rear as well. They need some working force, and here we have a lot of veterans trying hard to find a job. This is the feeling of fairness, of dissatisfaction. There's this feelings. They cannot let you go with some of the troubles I had to face. This is their gene, and at the same time, we can see a lot of successful startups. Many veterans are starting their own businesses. They are developing the companies producing weaponry, which is so much required on the battlefield. At the same time, many of them representing Ukraine at an international arena as athletes participating in competitions. I believe they don't need any applause. They want to be in need. They want to work for the sake of the family, for the sake of ideals, for the very same sake that they've taken weapons in their hands. This is something that needs to be taken into account. And Russia, well, this aggressive neighbor of ours that we unfortunately have, I think they are kind of nourished with the wars like vampires, and the history clearly shows that. So we had the wars in the past, and wars might happen in future. You need to be prepared for that. And our veterans have clearly demonstrated that in times of need, they will serve their country, their motherland. This is their mission. That is something that is inscribed in their DNA. And our main security guarantee is to wish them wellness, just as we are wishing for Ukraine to join NATO. Well, now it's already the EU, they've Article 5, and the fair peace for Ukraine. And in the very end, the year of 2022, if not for the veterans, I really believe that veterans have saved our statehood and our Ukraine.
And to wrap it up, I'd like to ask everyone, can we be straight in front of them? Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the issues you've raised. It's nice that today we have people here you can communicate with, put questions to, enter into discussions. Exactly this is what this forum is about. Thank you for kickstarting that, and I think today we'll have plenty of opportunities to bring it to a logical conclusion, officially and unofficially. Yesterday we were to the streets to ask people about things that veterans might need. There were lots of proposals, but many times we also heard such words as respect and gratitude. It's about sharing something with this person in front of you. And I'm truly hoping that most of the Ukrainian nation exactly feel these feelings of respect and gratitude towards our veterans. We have our esteemed guests in this room with us today, and they want to have the word. Please welcome Ruslan Stefanchuk, Chair of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Dear veterans, dear friends, dear colleagues, everyone present here, I think indeed the real reason for this meeting of today is to express our deepest gratitude, to say a big thank you to all of you for what you've been doing for Ukraine, what you're going to do for this country. Yes, In those hardest days, it was Ukrainian veterans who were the first to answer every question, to stand against any challenge to our freedom, sovereignty, the constitutional foundations of this country. You already heard it today about the great number of veterans. They did stand up to defend Ukraine. They did it for everyone to have this day today like this. And on behalf of the Verkhovna Rada, I'd like to sincerely thank all of you. We are indebted to everyone who has given their life and limb in this war against the aggressor, the Russian Federation. One of the key tasks for today, for the government today, is to preserve the memory of the fallen and to create decent living conditions for the living veterans. Because a veteran is someone who, in the darkest hour, was able to say it proudly, I'm going to stand for my family, for my land, for my country, for all of it to hell, the future. So without these extolling words, I'd just like to tell you that you make the basis of this nation. You are our backbone, and you are leading the way on the front line in business, in our community organization, in communities everywhere. Big thank you for your efforts to change the society and the country for the better. Those who witness ruins and shellings, they want to build and to create peace, to create peaceful future. Dear friends, colleagues, using this opportunity, I'd like to tell you that the government has already done certain things and want to do even more. Together with the Ministry for Veteran Affairs, we instituted amendments to the law on the basics of internal policy, the law on the basics of the veteran policies. We adopted pieces of legislation to help veterans with setting up their own businesses. We had a number of documents to improve sports opportunities for veterans willing and able to do so. Yes, we have many challenges, and many of these are reflected in the governmental agenda. The Ukrainian parliament will do what it takes to implement this as necessary. We have in mind the veterans of this brutal Russia-Ukrainian war. We have in mind civilians killed, tortured, maimed in this war. And we are initiating a code of laws on the defenders of this country. Effectively, I would call it a veteran code, to have a uniform document to respond to all of you, to ensure that the nation, the government are able to respond to your needs. Dear colleagues, we do expect these laws, these bills to enter the parliamentary hall. I remember the other time I spoke to you, I mentioned the Veteran Day to be instituted in the Parliament. I think there will be also another day in the Parliament, and I promise it will be the day when we will look into every mechanism to ensure your proper living standards, your conditions for work, like a Bill 370D, presidential resolution to ensure proper respect and commemoration of war veterans. Many more initiatives we see, and we are going to do everything to have them properly processed. Big thank you indeed, dear veterans. We bow low in front of you. We'd like to thank your families who are sharing your burden, supporting you. Dear colleagues, just to reconfirm that Ukraine is only strong when its veterans are strong. I do believe that together we will be able to keep this country and to build it into something that will be the pride of generations to come. Glory to the armed forces of Ukraine, glory to Ukraine. Thank you, dear Ruslan, and thank you for enshrining these initiatives in specific initiatives. Because yes, there are words and there are deeds, and thank you for having these made as deeds. And we continue with our forum. Please welcome Prime Minister of Ukraine, Yulia Sviridenko. Dear veterans, the family members, dear friends, because I already see many friends here in this room, it's a great honor for me to talk in front of you at this time. And yes, Ruslan was right when he said that we are indebted for your deeds. And the speaker before him, Leonid Hoda, also spoke on that. These are the matters that many of us front every day, and we do hope that we will do what it takes to support you and to express our respect. I have a friend of mine, Gleb Strashko. I see him here in this room. He is a Marine. I asked him, how do you redesign, reconsider yourself after tortures, while in captivity, after trauma, after hospitals? He says it's about your inner, backbone that has to be there. So we think of veteran support as a cross-sectoral policy that we will implement to take care of the veterans, the family members. We want to see them leading decent lives after the active duty. We had a government session recently dedicated to veteran policy, and I can already tell you that we were able to endorse 2 bills, the one on the basics of the veteran policy, to institute the status of the veteran, the rights of the family members, and relevant steps to reward veterans and the family members for what they've done. We do hope that parliamentarians will support us at this session in September, and we hope it will be a codified piece of legislation completely covering the rights of our veterans. The whole idea is to make a transparent and comprehensible system, to make it really a working system aimed at veterans, meant for them, and we do count on your support. Now, digital services, Radio Veteran Pro service. I do want this platform to develop even faster for you to be able to get every service that you potentially needs there, whether it's e-support, e-housing, many other such functionalities. We will do our best to improve the range of functions available there. Compensations for car insurance will be included there in September. It will be via DIA app. There will be updates to documents related to veteran status, and already in December it will be possible to do everything electronically without having to go to local government. Vehicle registration and licensing will be simplified for veterans and again made electronic. So we will be doing everything digitally online, and I personally do want this platform to cover the full range of services needed by the veterans. It still feels a pity when we see that whatever we do, some veterans remain, out in the cold in respect of some services, and we do our best to resolve the problem. A range of measures to support veterans includes ESELA functionality to provide opportunities of mortgage housing for veterans. We are going to issue 1,500 certificates for houses for veterans in need. We simplified the access to medical and rehabilitation services for veterans with life-changing conditions and disabilities. Those who lost their eyesight, they will definitely benefit from a program that we are going to launch in a matter of days indeed. There will be a program with targeted financial support of veterans, particularly to help them pay for medical services they need, whether a dentist or other. It will make these services closer to you, even also geographically. We will be helping veterans willing to self-realize their capacities, their creativities. I've heard already stories, businesses, some of them being reluctant to employ veterans, and we already work with a range of organizations ready to work with veterans. Укрзалізниця, Укроборонпром, Нафтогаз, Укрпошта, these are just a few of the institutions and government organizations that have nearly 50,000 vacant positions open for veterans. The Charter of Resilience that you created will join this effort, and many more companies will join this Charter of Resilience to make this even better and more available. We are working on the program to requalify, to upgrade qualifications of veterans. We have an active program under which $1 million hryvnias can be obtained to ensure that. So we have two programs, grant programs that ultimately provide you with opportunity to launch a business of your own with support from the state. I think about 3,000 veterans have already opted for that. We'd like to hear about dozens of thousands of them. Because of that, we are expanding these opportunities. And veteran families. We do understand that by supporting defenders' families, we support the defenders themselves. 14,000 of families will receive grants on post-secondary and higher education opportunities for kids of veterans. Dear veterans, I'm very much sure that we will continue and deepen our collaboration with you, not to feel ashamed that we didn't do something. I myself am very much thankful to you for your strength, for your resoluteness to defend the country, and I hope that this will make for a country where your children will be proud to live. Thank you, and glory to Ukraine. Thank you, Julia, for your talk. Thanks for your involvement. Thanks for being in the know as regards the needs of veterans. It's very nice to have initiatives. It's nice to know of this Veteran Pro functionality. Sometimes the range of opportunities is wide enough for one to be lost. And it's nice to see that there are efforts to make everything under the umbrella of one platform to make it more convenient. So we've kick-started that, and I think the only thing is needed is to go further and expand this Veteran Pro platform. And we are going to change a bit the format of our discussion, because we are a forum, as you know, and as you know, in Old Latin, that was the term for a space, a plaza, a square where people would meet to discuss matters of importance for the city. So let us kickstart our panel discussion. to discuss, well, the topic of it is the strength, veterans, and the defense of the future. This is the top umbrella topic, and we will be talking about reserve units, about military education, about retired officers, about the involvement in the military, civil positions, and I think it will be quite a lively discussion to last for about an hour. Afterwards, there will be a brief recess to have a snack and having it continue a bit informally, and then it will continue with another panel discussion. In the moment, we are ready for our first panel. Please welcome Deputy Chair of the Office of the President of Ukraine, Irina Vereshchuk. And we thank Ruslan Stefanchuk, Yulia Sviridenko for paying a visit to this event. We'll be glad to see more of you. Yeah, we are leaving, but we have our ministers and MPs staying here. So, yeah, we don't understand you have a busy schedule. Thank you. But, well, Natalia has a nice proposal to make. Can we sit a bit closer? There are some free places warmed up by the previous occupants, so don't be shy, sit closer to the podium. It will make it easier for Irina to communicate. I'm always pleased to be able to talk to veterans, so please, dear colleagues, sit closer if you can. All the best to you, Irina. Thanks. It is really an honor to moderate this discussion today. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Let us talk about the role of veterans in the provision of our defense capabilities, because veterans is a component of our security and safety. The energy, the experience has to benefit the nation, and the nation has to respect and properly value what veterans can offer. It's about responsibility for the government, because veterans are our security and our future. By saying the government, I mean the central bodies, the local government and self-government. And yes, veteran policies is about every one of us. We may only get results through daily, serious, strenuous work everywhere, particularly locally, and the central government will have to coordinate this effort. So the central government has to provide an impulse for everyone to work on, and today we have a panel featuring very reputable representatives of veteran sector, Office of the President, civic society representatives, Ministry of Defense representatives, and a very important and cherished foreign guest. So please welcome Denis Shmyhal, Minister of Defense of Ukraine. No need to represent him, I think. Denis is one of the longest-serving government managers, and he probably stayed the longest as the Prime Minister. It was the time when we had COVID and we had the start of the full-scale invasion. Denis has a huge expertise in crisis management. Because of that, his appointment to the function of the Ministry of Defense shows the importance that the President of Ukraine sees in this position. And really, the MOD is the key ministry in the country at the moment. Thank you, Denis, for being with us today. I'd like to present to you, dear colleagues, Pavlo Palisa, my co-worker at the Office of the President, Deputy Chair of the Office of the President of Ukraine, in charge of security and defense, an active officer, a legendary brigade commander. Holodny Yar Brigade number 93. It's their birthday today, so big round of applause to the guys. Thank you. Thank you. He participated in the fight in Bakhmut. We, together with him, hail from Lviv Oblast, and moreover, we are graduates from the Land Force Academy from Lviv. At the moment, Pavlo is a participant of highest level negotiations in Istanbul, in Washington. Now please welcome Lubov Galan, chair of the principal civic society organization. Please have your seats. The organization engages in systemic support and defense of active servicemen and veterans, also through constructive criticism whenever the government slips. Thank you for being here with us today. And with deepest respect, I'd like to invite here Mr. Alistair Scott Carnes, Minister for Veterans in the UK. Mr. Carnes has been in Marines since 19. He is a colonel with 4 times in Afghanistan, lots of decorations. He strongly supports Ukraine. He has been helping us tremendously here. We are deeply thankful to you for what you've been doing for our people, for our army, for the military medics. And more than that, Mr. Alistair went to Everest, to the top of it, this May. Thank you. So, dear colleagues, I suggest we work as follows. Each of the speakers, one by one, can provide his or her vision of priorities, handicaps, examples, cases to copy or to borrow from. There will be a moderator-speaker discussion, and then we will have a wider discussion with the room. So I suggest we discuss everything in a very practical way, very concrete way, because we have people here with deep understanding of veterans' work. So with your permission, Denise, I'm going to put my first question to you. Veteran works is among the tools to ensure defense capability of the country. What are the priorities at your MOD currently? And what kind of practices can be used in all sorts and ranges of our security and defense forces? Thank you, Irina. Dear veterans, dear friends, colleagues, dear Minister, I'd like to start with the words of thanks. And I'd like to express my respect, because it is about respect. And yes, there should be rehabilitation, integration, decent employment, all those steps to be done together with the Ministry for Veteran Affairs. We work with them on these matters at our regular meetings, get-together sessions with veterans, with those who've been returned from captivities in our discussions and talks with the family members, including the families of the fallen heroes, because they still make the voice for those who died defending the country. And I think the Ministry for Veteran Affairs and the Ministry of Defense have the most of veterans with practical experience of this war. We are proud to have these people with us, and we will only expand to have more of them in other structures beside the ministry, in Ukroboronprom, in other such institutions, continuing with programs of support like grant-based programs mentioned by Prime Minister. We will be doing everything to help veterans expand their businesses, because it will be also a measure of support of our country with strong contribution to our resilience, not just in the defense sector, but also in terms of economic resilience, moral, geopolitical resilience, because yes, these days, veterans, and Pavlo is a vivid example of it, can even affect the geopolitical considerations, because Pavlo works with our president, with our delegation internationally, making an example of how we can move ahead. So we are going to continue this work, because veterans make a decisive force. They've been this force for more than 11 years. I recently signed a decree to roll out in real practice the Delta program, an analytical tool actually designed by ISAR veterans back in 2014 initially. Now this is a top product, one of the many, and we will continue with the practice. We will move with it ahead. Thank you.
It's not just about synergy, but about very specific results and outcomes of the veterans' work. For me, veterans is all about the inner respect. It's the need, it's the desire to do everything possible for the veterans to feel the essence of our society, the core of our society. Is these are the people who took responsibility, who carry this responsibility, and who allow us to survive as the nation. It's not about just the status. After the end of your career, after the end of your contribution into the defense capacity of the country, it's the status of the future defenders. So I'm sure, will be the country with the largest number of veterans, so that should be the social philosophy. So that's my vision, and in the course of the discussion I can go into more details on certain aspects. I think, Dennis, we won't let you down. That is kind of an answering to the question of the Colonel. Pavlo, you're responsible for the coordination of all the agencies and components of the security and defense sector. So what's your vision on the long-term development of the veterans policy and the increase of defense capacity? How do you see the priorities for the cooperation with NATO countries in the context of veterans and defense capacity? Irina Andreevna, thank you for such a difficult question. First and foremost, I want to extend words of gratitude to the veterans. Thank you for your service. I really like the motto of our Veterans Forum. Symbolically, we have the veterans standing in the very center. So my vision is kind of a bridge to the future in between of the security and defense forces and the society. Now, that niche would need to be filled with veterans in future. I would like to remind the words mentioned by Leonid Hoda, who delivered his speech on this stage a bit earlier. He said that in the beginning of the full-scale invasion and back in the beginning of the hybrid invasion of Russia that took place in 2014, that veterans and service personnel that were returning to Ukraine. The main thing I wanted to focus your attention to is that the people were feeling when their country was in danger and their country needed them. So I think that veterans is the critical reserve that Ukraine needs in future. We all understand that as long as our northern neighbors stops existing as a country, it will always pose a threat to us as the sovereign state, as a separate, independent country which is identifying itself not as Russians. And those who will have the status, well, maybe not that of a status of a veteran, but the matter of perceiving itself as a veteran. Now that is the reserve that the state could count on, and then the armed forces could count on. At least that's something that I would really like to happen. And we'll be working on making this happen, because, once again, the example of Leonid Hoda is when people are taking weapons in their hands in times of threat to their country, and they're going to defend the country, sacrificing themselves. I think that's it. And going back to the first part of your question regarding the veterans and the NATO, currently, considering all the resources that are available to the NATO member nations, well, there is still something that we have that they don't have, meaning the experience of the real full-scale war against the regular armed forces on the front line, which has a length of over 1,000 kilometers. We have great prospects of cooperation with NATO. We would be happy absolutely to share the experience that we have as of now. This is the true combat experience in terms of command and control, in terms of force employment, in terms of running different operations at tactical, operational, strategic levels. I mean, on the one hand, that could be our way of expressing gratitude to our partners for the support they have provided to us in dire times. And veterans can and will play a critical role here. Thank you for this question. Thank you, Pavlo. Lyubov, I know about your activity, and the civil organization that you're working at does a lot to support, to assist a lot of veteran communities and veterans in particular. Based on your role as the lawyer and a human rights protection expert, we need your critical kind of point. Is there any things that the state is doing wrong? How would you suggesting to solve those challenges or the problems? Name us the 3 challenges or the problems that the state need to solve, because you are the civil society, so you're the one to tell us about the problems and challenges. Thank you for the invitation. It's a great honor to be in the same room with veterans, with our colleagues and partners. It's great responsibility. And I'll be mentioning not only our point, the point of our center, but the consolidated point of our colleagues that we have prepared in advance of this event in order to use this opportunity, staying on the stage to tell what's important to us. The number of kind of expectations or the challenges that needs to be resolved. That's a big list. There is this document, the concept of the state veterans policy that was drafted together with the colleagues available in this room. They're already the experienced experts in the field of veterans, the Legal 100, the Veteran Hub. All of them have been working on this state veterans policy. But since the topic of our conversation is tightly related to the area of defense, I would like to raise the one important aspect, the aspect of reserve personnel. The veterans, they not only will be a reserve, they will forced to be a reserve because people demobilizing or kind of moving out of the armed forces, they will be our reserve. And they will need to be called in case of need. They saved us in 2022. Many of them were supporting others who were joining in the armed forces later on. I'm sure there are men and women here who were coming to their units, and already there were people with some experience that offered them a good advice. And that was critical for the survival of the nation. So this is something that we'll be relying upon in the future. As the family veterans, as the civil organizations dealing with veterans, and there are civil organizations employing veterans, we're thinking of that. And there is a number of challenges that I would like to mention. First, based on our kind of conscious results of social polls, we are asking veterans about their expectations and about the servicing in reserve. It shows that many of them are interested in military well-being, in career management, in having a chance to sign a military contract with a military unit so that if they would need to serve in future, they would have a chance to select their unit, and they would have a chance to select the MOS, military occupational specialty. And many people are expecting to have a reserve of the training of all the reserve personnel. This is something that is very critical. The second aspect is that civilian well-being, because the reserve personnel, they're not the ordinary civilians. This is something we need to understand, we need to plan. That these people would not be like the best possible employees for on the labor market, but still hopefully the state will learn a lot after 2014. Will change the approach to their reserve personnel. There will be more trainings. At a certain point we might need to kind of mobilize the reserve personnel. These people would need to have some guarantees in the field of employment, and they would need some support if they will operate as the reserve personnel. So that is the future. We would need to change some legislation. We would need to offer certain guarantees to this category of the veterans. And the third aspect that I would like to raise, and this is something that I will conclude upon, and maybe that is the most debatable question. People globally are seeking justice. They want the rotation on the military service. They want not only those who kind of volunteered to join the armed forces and have become the backbone for the operational reserve, that they would be not the only one to fight against the Russia's attacks. Unfortunately, we are not living, in a pink world, and we understand that there could be some existential threats, and that we would need those people. But we also need a high engagement of the civilian people in order to have some sort of a rotation. And this is something that we would need to raise as this is a very important aspect. In the beginning, in the end, I would like to extend words of gratitude for having the President of Ukraine and the Secretary General of NATO opening this kind of forum, and I was listening to them with great caution and hope, and my kind of summary, and that was many of my kind of despairs, because I was working a lot in the human rights protection field. And you know, in 2024, I found that it was hard to rely upon because there were so many international organizations, so many promises that were kind of brisk. I thank to those who remained with us, but many of the arrangements didn't hold, didn't stand through. And the only thing I could rely on, and this is something that I truly feel, is this black bag of my boyfriend who was ready, who was prepared to move out to kind of any task together with his comrades in February 2022. I thank to all those people who were ready, who had the experience of service, who as the reserve personnel went to and joined the armed forces while others were preparing to do so. I think that our task is not to betray those people and to have the reform of the reserve forces, to have the true changes into the reserve forces and provide some economic guarantees to those of the personnel that will be serving in the reserve forces. Thank you. Luba, you mentioned the civilian population that should be ready, as well as about the preparation of the civilian personnel, and I would like to extend words of gratitude as I can see the heads of these centers for the national resistance. I thank the Ministry of Defense for their leadership. I thank the Ministry of Veterans for the program of supporting the instructors, for the Centers of National Resistance. These are the veterans. They are the heads of these centers. They serve as the instructors. So the civilian population enrolls to those centers. They are listening to these instructors. So you are the authority. You are our great value. So big words of thanks for what you're doing in the regions, for preparing our civilian population to providing the national resistance. So let us have a round of applause to such veterans. Alistair, in UK, you have a very significant experience of working with veterans after the operations in Iraq, in Afghanistan. What would you advise us? Any mistakes we shouldn't be repeating? Anything you would recommend us to focus our efforts, please?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me here today. I think you've achieved the first thing, which is having political support behind veterans, which is having the head of NATO and your president come here to open this conference. So it's fantastic to see that you have the political support to support the greatest generation. I think secondly, and I just want to say this up front, what is a veteran? Well, a veteran is an individual who has stood up to defend the very freedoms we all enjoy. You've stood up to protect your state. You've stood up to protect your democracy. And you've stood up to protect your friends and family. And importantly, you're standing at the very forefront of European defense. So from me to you, your families, your friends, I salute you wholeheartedly. Now, you mentioned mistakes, and I think you bring up a great point about learning from Ukraine, because we can learn from you, in some cases, how to fight far more than you can learn from us. But when it comes to veterans, just for your awareness, we have 2.1 million veterans in the United Kingdom. It's quite a big amount. And for a long time, our government has ceded the responsibility of looking after our veterans to the charitable sector. That in itself has created an explosion of charities, which in turn compete for resource and don't provide, in some cases, the most coordinated level of support. They do, however, provide flat and fast care and support in an effective way. Interestingly, that level of support across our country is different depending on where you live. So the oblasts may be very good care for veterans in one area, it may be poor in another area. And so a better coordinated support is required. And then finally, the other problem is the standard of services that you get are very different, depending on where you are and depending on the level of services you get. And so our vision for the UK as we move forward, in particular, is to create a new structure. That new structure will be run by the government. It includes our Office for Veterans Affairs, similar to you have, but it also includes national, regional, and local structures in place. So at the regional level, we'll have liaison officers in our local councils, which would be similar to your oblast government. And then sat below them, we'll have hubs all over our country that will provide a standardized set of care and support. That support ranges from physical to mental well-being, to career advice, to education, to broader healthcare, family support, etc. We're in the very start of establishing this program. Why is it important? It's important for two things. One is to provide services to the greatest generation, that's the veterans. And secondly, it's to ensure that we have the data required if we need to mobilize the nation. We've lost a lot of the skills we had in the Cold War of understanding who our veterans are, where they are, and what skills they have. And if we need to mobilize quickly, we need a structure in place to work out how we pull them back into the military as fast as possible. And that's what we would talk about, the whole of society approach to conflict, which you're experiencing here in Ukraine. So again, I go back to the point the General made. You know, we are learning from you as much as perhaps you can avoid the mistakes that we have made in the past. Thank you.
Alistair, in addition to being a veteran, you are also a politician. I read your biography. I read your statements. I've heard them. You're a straightforward, kind of rigid politician and officer. I would like to extend words of gratitude, including for the criticism, because it's important within the NATO member countries, because you're criticizing the strategic policy of NATO and Ukraine with focus on the need of real military preparedness. As a military, you clearly understand the threat coming from Russia to NATO and what Ukraine is doing for Europe and for the world by deterring such a military strength that was built within Russia using the money coming from gas sales or oil sales for all those years that the policy was built towards Russia in such a way, and we cannot imitate the power, and you cannot imitate what's done in NATO, calling it rearmament or many other terms that you were using. I thank you for that, and I thank you for this direct and straightforward support to Ukraine and the armed forces of Ukraine. Once again, thank you. Now, let's move on to the audience. Anyone willing to take the floor, please pass on the microphone. And please recognize yourself. Please introduce yourself. Leluk Taras, head of the Bazooka community. I have two proposals, one to the Ministry of Defense, the other to the Office of the President. There is a problem. Over 90% of the teachers in the field of defense of Ukraine, they're men and women who have no experience. So you can use a lot of veterans, thousands of veterans, created position for a teacher of a subject called Defense of Ukraine. So most of the comrades who are going to school, they cannot do that because they don't have a pedagogical or teacher education, and there is a very small salary. If that would be done at the Ministry of Defense, the veterans will return. They will teach the young generation how to defend Ukraine. I have an older son who's about to start his first year at school, and it would be good to have a veteran teaching that subject. And we have over 50 veteran community enterprises. More than 10 are producing DefTech. Part of our products are supplied to the defense, to the armed forces, but many of them cannot develop because not a single owner of the real estate in Poltava are not willing to let lease to the veterans because they understand that they would not be able to kind of let go to change the lessee. There is a lot of warehouses, premises, and offices that belong to the regional administration, to the state, and it would be good for the veterans business to have a priority right to rent them and to produce the right products. So please instruct the regional administrations to prepare the list of the real estate that could be provided for the rent to the veteran services and veteran businesses who might be producing some products of a military nature to support the armed forces. Thank you. So, the teachers, defense of Ukraine, I absolutely agree with you. It's wrong when the veterans are not the teachers, so we are contacting the schools during our business meetings. There is the joint order of the Ministry of the Education and Ministry of Veterans with regards to the recommendation for such appointments, but you're right, it's either the small salary or the lack of teaching experience, and that creates certain obstacles. As for the premises, as for the real estate possibilities, well, thank you for the advice. We will join the work that is done by the Ministry of Veterans in cooperation with the Ministry of Education. Thank you. Thank you for mentioning such challenges. I didn't have an information that you've mentioned. So after the end of this panel, please come and find me. Let us exchange our contact details in order to verify more information and in order to be able to raise those challenges, to solve those challenges that you mentioned. Thank you. Minister, I have a relation to the Civil Military Cooperation Agency. I'm also a civil activist, Serhiy Polyakhovich. I face with inner conflicts in our community, in our environment. I would like to mention that we have a lot of judges. Every commander is a judge or a prosecutor. But where is our lawyers? And I would like to, whenever we are addressing the hotline, like whenever a soldier is contacting the hotline, he would need to uncover his ID. And when he introduces himself, this information is kind of provided to his commander. And surely the final result depends on the efforts of every single soldier. And the operation of every single soldier and every single officer depends on their conditions. We need to do some serious work with the commanding officers to teach them how to talk to people, to their subordinates, how to understand that. So please take that into consideration and maybe create some sort of a board or a commission who will be dealing with this matter in a specialized manner. It's not just going to be a service on mental support or mental training. It has to be the people who will give a certain level of respect and mutual understanding in this environment. So maybe in this case we'll have less people going AWOL. Thank you for your advice. It's more of an advice, but rather than a question. First, there's this app called Army Plus. We're modifying that together with the Ministry of Digital Transformation so that it would become an ecosystem where the soldiers could be communicating and they could be exchanging the information, talking to commanders, sharing documents. This is something that we've already talked to some of the colleagues, and we are currently working on the concept of a philosophy of creating some sort of a services of social support in military units. This is the element that was pretty much effective in certain units. We want to kind of develop this project. It was a pilot project. Now we need to adjust certain processes. So that would be also an element of protection of the military, particularly the mobilized civilians who were not prepared to become a military, but the life made them kind of mobilized. So surely they are adapting to military realities, military discipline, and they need the bridge that you're mentioning, the psychological bridge. So we're working on that. In addition to that, I hope that the law on the military ombudsman that was passed by the Verkhovna Rada will give yet another element of the protection of the servicemen. And today we're talking about the breaches, but sometimes we need to protect the servicemen. And I thank to Lyubov as the representative of the civil society. She's a civilian, and she says that the military, the servicemen on the front line, they're not made of iron. They need the rotation. We need to have fairness in our society. So it's all made up both on these questions that you've raised and on this philosophy. This is my kind of daily task that I have for myself, for the team. We're working together with the ministers, with the office, in order to actively implement that. But thank you once again, because you're giving these advices and the questions that confirm the right, that we're moving in the right way. So you were saying that there has to be a hotline that should be operating in an anonymous manner, that the soldiers are afraid to identify themselves because they're afraid of the bad response of their commanders. We would need to find the right tool, because their complaints, there could be so much complaints that it could be turned into routine or some sort of an element when the fairness would be, or the justice would be violated or infringed. We need to think of that. Maybe we will make a tool in Army Plus app when there will be kind of an anonymous petition to the commanders. When, for example, when we'll see that a whole battalion or whole military unit is kind of using this app or is complaining, then it's already kind of a diagnosis that it's truly a challenge that we need to kind of resolve, and so the military command will need to respond. So let's search for a solution together. I fully support this. Unfortunately, not using the microphone. If they would be filing a complaint and the complaint goes to the commander and the commander takes a decision based on this complaint, now what's going to happen to a subordinate in that manner? By the way, in the anti-corruption legislation, there's this precedent that is being submitted to the parliament when a serviceman reporting on a corruption military unit, he has the right to an anonymity and the immunity. So already there's some movement, so some steps being done. So hopefully that would be a wider notion. Well, the servicemen are protected by the Constitution of Ukraine. Thank you.
Actually, I fully support Denis in that we critically definitely need to have military ombudsman law adopted as soon as possible. From my talk with the lady authorized representative of the president, this is the place where confidential messages may be collected. They will be anonymous and confidentially will have to be guaranteed. But again, as we have MPs present here, we call upon you to support this bill to make it possible to work to on eradication of these bad weeds and to contribute to better integration of veterans. Actually, it starts from the active service. And if they've got negative experience throughout their service, they may have some repercussions in peaceful life. Yes, we call the Office of the President to support that. We definitely, surely need the bill on military ombudsperson. Please call your local MPs, local councils. This is a workable and working tool that we need. Please support. Please. After that year. A couple more questions and we'll have to wrap it up. Sorry for that, but yes, we will. So just be brief and concise. Either criticism or some suggestion. Sergei Bezov, Chair of the Federation of Trade Unions of Ukraine. My proposal is as follows. The key social adaptation for us will go while at work, to work in collectives, because most of us went from our jobs to defend the country. For the first time since the time when this Federation of Unions was established, a veteran became its chair, that is me. And we try to put everything in order. We try to install veterans at every possible position or function. And yes, the time for peaceful life will come. We are ready to support you, to help you, including medical rehabilitation. We'd like to address the government, the president of Ukraine, in hardest and darkest situations, also internationally, when we feel under tremendous pressure. Please remember, there are thousands, millions of people ready to fight for the country behind your back. They will support you. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Yes, and a mark to this lady, please. Yeah, there should be some gender balance here. Hi, dear friends. I have two questions. One is to Mrs. Vereshchuk, another to our defense minister. No, Irina. Do we have any training for social welfare employees in terms of how to behave, how to connect to veterans, how to shape this context? Because we've heard of multiple infringements in public transport. They are oftentimes refused a place. I myself am a veteran and wife of a defender of Ukraine. I can tell you from my experience that every other time I've been asked by subway guys, subway security, when I try to use my cards to head to father, they said, "Where the hell did you fight? Are you sure you are a veteran?" So we increasingly get questions, and we instead need people able to talk to veterans and support veterans without interrogating them or humiliating them. Please take heed. And my question to Denis Shmyhal. Our servicemen are limited in their capacity to get monetary assistance. There are very restricted cases. Say if she was wounded or some close relative has died. So, are you going to resolve this matter to make our defenders, able to get monetary support in situations where they need it? We have civil servants that can get all sorts of material assistance for any occasion. Maybe you should flip this. I myself was involved in the establishment of a patronage service to care for the wounded ones, and I do remember that in 2024 a new regulation was adopted. We had wounded servicemen back in 22, 23, and so it appears that, they are left out of this. Because the regulation says you can get, say, financial support, some subsistence, if you've been currently wounded, and after that. If before that, then no luck. Another wish is to have forums like this in all the cities, towns, and villages of the country, for our dear civil servants, for the leaders of territorial communities to be able to talk and liaise with veterans, with defenders, with their families, to finally establish some sort of communication, to have first-hand accounts of the problems they are facing. Okay, thank you. Briefly about the civil servants. Inside the cabinet, Natalia may confirm that. So the law does not provide us to ban such sort of material assistance to be obtained by people, but at least we made it so that during the wartime period, during the martial law period, this has been frowned upon. And actually we had just 2 cases, one related to the death of a close relative, another was because of grave health conditions that had to be remediated. So, at least at the level of cabinet and the ministries, we are really not entertaining any sort of pecuniary material assistance to civil servants. As regards the situation with the servicemen, I'm not sure of the cases you're referring to. If you could provide me with more information, I would personally order some sort of inspection to see how things go. Yes, okay, 2 more questions and we are done. Glory to Ukraine. I'm Vitaly Sofilov. I'm a veteran, and I'm the chair of a CSO called Brotherhood with more than 1,500 international fighters. Just to remind you, we have volunteers from other countries. At the time when the country had it hardest, they came to help and they remain fighting there. Some of them were killed. Many more of them are wounded. I wanted to talk to Parliament Chair Ruslan Stakharchuk, but he left already. And as I'm the chair of the organization, I have got multiple requests from the people citing their problems. Particularly, there's a huge problem with nationality. Many of them want to become Ukrainian nationals, fully fledged nationals, and there is a huge problem for them for that. Also, I'd like to relay their own words. We've been serving this country with honor, no contract, no document, no military service tag, nothing. In 2022, we just wanted to help this country. In just my national fraternity, we have more than 100 of fallen heroes. We have no nationality possibilities, no compensation whatsoever, no help. Many of them are willing to become true Ukrainian nationals. And sometimes we even see their parents willing to go to live in Ukraine because, say, with the fallen servicemen, some families express their desire to come and live in the country where their son was killed in action. Dear Colonel, I also call upon you to help with it. We do hope that with your position in the office, it might come sooner. Natalia does help us a lot, expanding the problems we face, but her scope of authority is limited. We also are short of authority. Because of that, we use this time to address the government. Please help us to help you. We thank you indeed. We thank everyone fighting for this country together with us. I will be frank, before this forum, I had a chat with the Prime Minister, and I asked her about some things that Prime Minister might want to announce or depict at cabinet session. And yes, this cabinet session today is also dedicated to military aspects. We also mentioned this opportunity of thanking the foreign nationals fighting for Ukraine. We spoke about the need to help with medical help and assistance to that, and we had some cabinet acts adopted for the purpose. I'd like to thank everyone involved in that. Well, the Prime Minister initially didn't think that it would be a topic of great interest to discuss, but I see now that this is really a very hot topic, and there's people from other countries willing to fight, and even unfortunately for us, we need to do everything to help them. There's a law on multiple nationality statuses that partly is a response to the matter, but I do agree if you have people that formally are required to get some sort of certification or whatever from the Russian Federation or Belarus, definitely they cannot do it. So this has to be resolved. When people even try to denounce their current nationality, we have the presidential order to invite them into Ukraine, but still things are where they are. Let us move it together. As President has mentioned, let us bring the nationality opportunities to those willing to get it. Finally. Thank you. Yeah, please, the final one. No. I represent the CSO, ATO veterans with disabilities. There was a bill to provide housing to veterans, queuing for this housing for years and years. Just when you are looking at relevant cabinet resolution, make sure that you have this law in mind, because there were so-called queues for housing established throughout the years, and the current bill, when made into a law, it cancels those queues. I'd hate to see people lose it. Okay, thank you. I hope you like this panel. I do intend to have more meetings like that. We are always glad to hear you. Please come to us to talk, and we will decide things together. Glory to us, to our nation, to our heroes. Glory to Ukraine. Dear guests, please stay here on scene for a brief media opportunity, and we have a short coffee break. You can put more questions unofficially now, and please come back to this room in 30 minutes with wishes of nice coffee and tasty discussions. In the meantime, thank you.
Отже, продовжуємо восьмий
And we
міжнародний
go on
ветеранський
with
форум.
our VIII International Veterans Forum. Hope your mood is good, even maybe better. Yes, understandably, it should be better after the nice communication. It was nice at the beginning. It should be even better after your chats and talks. I'd like to thank again everyone present, because it is in these discussions where we're able to hear real things and real feedbacks. I think that everywhere it was possible to hear proposals, ideas, something about matters to be raised with ministries and other responsible authorities. And this is truly valuable, because this makes the work visible, and still more that it leads to emotions. And it's now better visible how the ministries work. Please welcome the Minister for Veteran Affairs. So how to get energy to do the wealth of things you have to do. Okay, let us start with the basics. Where are my deputies? I see one, three more should be somewhere. Now, three of my five deputies are veterans, and the civilian ones, I sometimes say about them that you are going to die because of the sheer volume of work. When veterans giggle at that, I say, don't be laughing, because you may follow the suit. And yes, thanks to initiatives you are providing us with, thanks to your ideas, we are able to do what we intended to do. We've heard from the many stakeholders we've heard today, and this creates opportunity to come up with promises and fulfill these promises. Not every conference, by the way, is rich enough to allow a NATO Secretary General in attendance, and we are just as lucky for that. And before we go to this map of Ukraine, let us do a little roll call to see if we have at least the majority of Ukraine. Ternopil Oblast. Yeah. Khmelnytsk. Sounds sad, but good to hear. Chernivtsi, no Chernivtsi. Ivano-Frankivsk, Uzhhorod. Yeah, some hand is waving. Poltava. Could you bring the whole of Poltava closer to here? No disrespect on that. Off you go. Lviv. Oblast. Yeah, a modest one. Odessa Oblast. Chernihiv. Sumy. There were people from Sumy. Go fetch them. You're going to get bad marks. This is disrespect. I'm not tolerating it. You're going to get points off your card. Kharkiv. You see that. Donetsk. Luhansk. Dnipro, Dnipropetrovsk. Many times people from Dnipropetrovsk say, we are from Kryvyi Rih. I say, come on, you're still in the oblast. No, Kherson Oblast. Right. Kirovograd. Yeah, Volyn. Rivne. We saw some people. Zaporizhzhia. Anybody else? Mykolaiv. The Crimea. And now the Kyiv Oblast. The city of Kyiv. Now, very glad to be in such a representative format, and my earpiece dropped, so no help from them. Now, what we're going to do, here's the map for you. Our Ukraine is here. We started last year with enrolling our structural units, and we have chapters dedicated, isolated branches in every oblast, even at the level of Ryan administrations and cities. Then we started employing our support professionals. One of the victories for us was in that we were able to establish the expected salary levels. We have more than 1,600 of our support professionals across the country, more than 100 of them at hospitals. We need 300 more. And that's asked, by the way, for everyone. We need more people in healthcare institutions by the end of this year. We intend to have 3,000 of them. Now, we worked with Victor, and we have more than 1,000 primary healthcare providers signed contract with the National Healthcare Service, with the Veteran Ministry. Given that the culture of caring after yourself is not very ripe in the society, mostly when you're about to die, we have some early hundreds of veterans in attendance, which is good. Now we have psychologists contracted to work in every oblast. Now, veteran sports. Who of you is interested in going for sport? Have you got just money to support your gym attendance, or you're really attending it? Okay, mostly the same hands. Looks like, yeah, Fedosenko, you're a special kind of guy. Why are you not here with me, here on the podium? Jaka, just go right over to me. We have veteran care centers with 10 institutions. We are preparing 8 more to be inaugurated. We want to open many more such nice institutions with hospitals to have support professionals available for every serviceman, every veteran receiving treatment. Call sign Chereshnya, Evgeny Fedosenko. Almost my beloved man, but for my sons, the strongest and surest case of invincibility, of someone who works over his own problems practically on a daily basis. Just show us. Yes, I can walk with you, but I have to wrap up this talk in time, so well, quite an inspirational example, I think, for everyone. And the last thing we are working on, please stay with me. I feel your support here. In 7 oblasts, we've started building governmental veteran support centers. This is what the veteran minister from the UK mentioned. Starting from the central level all the way to the oblast level, then to community level. I see Galina here, and she is a strong supporter of this concept. I'm not going to drown you in the numbers and statistics, just to outline some priorities, some of the priorities. The priorities for the coming periods. First of all, a court of law on the defenders of the freedom and independence of Ukraine, as it has been mentioned already by Ruslan, Yulia, others. It's about really our defenders. We are in 21st century, and it's about them. But then we have our defenders from 20th century. We have foreign nationals fighting for Ukraine. We have people from the Revolution of Dignity. We have families of the Heavenly Hundreds and of our defenders. And we have already 2 draft legislation that we are going to send to the Parliament for review. Please join the effort and help making these documents the most relevant ones. Second priority is about the the digital system that we want to create. We already have Veteran Pro with some 9 services available, and the next panel we will be talking about more services to be added. Actually, we did an exercise to count the amount of money for each veteran after their discharge, and it counts in millions. Tens of millions if it's about prosthetic help, because it is costly. So there are programs. We are just working our butts around the clock, but the amount is sizable for this assistance, and I'm deeply thankful to the Ministry for Digital Transformation and Minister Fedorov for their help to us with it. And yes, we want to have every veteran support professional in every community. We have healthcare among our priority after the discharge and further on. Primary healthcare, and I will be repeating it many more times. Because of that, we are having a joint project with the Ministry of Public Health Protection. It's because it's always easier to treat some condition before it gets too complicated or dangerous. So, dear veterans, please serve the example for your family members from around. As soon as you're back home, don't forget to come to primary health care center to check your health. I will be checking you. Now, we had the Prime Minister telling about ESL, the Housing Assistance Program. You know that for every Ukrainian, his account is a piece of the cultural code, so we don't know how important it is. And yes, we have a program to provide subventions to people who had the health status deteriorated because of the war. Now we have a program to help veterans with vehicles. Kirilo, please stand up to see, for this lady to see. Yeah, it's a program actually to reconfigure, to customize vehicles to match the needs of people with disabilities, more veterans. And yes, we will be exactly providing this opportunity only to those who are true veterans and have complete the rights to have such a vehicle. Now, we have a rather vaguely termed capacity building thing among them, but this is very serious actually, because everyone has to live his or her life to its fullest. We want to develop our capacities, abilities, options. So this will include employment programs, support to veteran businesses, which is what Yulia Sviridenko mentioned. So please follow this program and all the updates and developments. We have a very nice platform called Veterans Career. And for people with military active service actually experience, it provides a boon. You just have to enter your details, and with some details provided by you, the program will be able to shape your CV and suggest potential openings to suit and match your dreams. Please share the news. And the memory culture, it's about national military cemetery and other such facilities to memorialize the memory of the fallen heroes. That's it in the nutshell. I think you're following us in social media. Probably you're also looking at the analytics we are sharing with you. So let us jump to the panel discussion, because we have many things to discuss and even more to do. Thank you, dear Natalia. So let us start. Let us start rebuilding this space already now.
Ви просто не бачили, як він на цьому кріслі колісному, що він витворяє. Я ще здивувалася, що він по сходах сюди нагору не піднявся.
Наталя Фернандівна, я пропоную відійти в цю частину сцени, оскільки решта зараз буде
Okay, I suggest we move to this part because the rest of the space will be made suitable for the panel. Now, going back to peaceful life. Many times we see communities knowing that there are war veterans to come back, it jumps to preparations, trying to make sure that this will make for a memorable event. The whole community gathers, they cook, they prepare, they scratch speeches and do everything to make this moment a truly emotional and memorable piece of everyday's life. Yeah, if you are a POW, you might hear about Ukraine being no longer in existence, and for such people coming from captivity, it can be a truly emotional period of rebirth. But, well, after the festivities are over, everyday routine kicks in, and this is when it is important for such people to feel and understand that, yes, they're still waited for, they are more than welcome, and they can live. Yes, people on the street might ask what the government is going to do when millions of our veterans are going to come back from the front line. Yes, we know that. Yes, we prepare for it, but still the challenge is tough and high. Okay, veterans do not return to the ministry. They return to their communities, and we are in constant contact with local level administrations, or governments, all those stakeholders, because the tool set provided by the government and related resource has to be used already at the community level directly. And if we even want to have all of the veterans come back just to physically to our ministry, the three-story building won't be able to feed them all. But we have all sorts of local administration representatives, heads of relevant units dealing with veterans, veteran policies and support of veterans, and so on. Without you, we won't be able to make sure that every veteran leads the life that he or she has to have. This is my call out to all of you. Please treat every veteran as your next of kin. Please understand that every civilian who's never been to the war is heavily indebted, and so this is a kind of debt that cannot be returned anyhow, but still you can still do a lot to help these people. Yes, we've started our discussion actually, and I'd like to invite the guests to discussion. Let us invite them to the podium. We have a very nice program. Please welcome Viktor Leshko, Health Minister of Ukraine. Victor, you're going another yet function to help me out if I happen to drop from that high chair. Now, Galina Tretyakova, Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada Committee for Social Policies and Veterans' Rights Protection. Valeria Koval, Deputy Minister for Digital Transformation of Ukraine. And Mykola Kalashnik, Chair of the Kyiv Oblast Military Administration. As the primary question for every defender is obviously the one of health status. And until the health is fixed, it's hard for everyone to think about other things. So let us start with you, Victor.
How do you currently developed the rehabilitation system. What's the plan
Чи розглядаєте
that you
ви,
have for now?
особливості
Now, are you taking into account the peculiarities of a body of a human after participating in combat operations? Because you are the main policy building agency in the field of healthcare. Well, thank you. First of all, thank you for the forum. And I want to thank the defenders for allowing us to discuss the questions that are of concern to all of us. I thank to the team of the Ministry of Veterans for their intensive work, but for the sake of a common result. In our ministry, we came up with the following vision. We need to define the needs of the veterans and then resolve those challenges by means of implementing the policy in a way to make sure it's extended to cover all the Ukrainians. Now, speaking of rehabilitation, we had a lot of debates whether we should be developing one single large rehabilitation center per region or making the rehabilitation assistance closer to the places of residence. I opted for the second option. We did some planning. And we have opened rehabilitation wards at the clusters hospitals to start rehabilitation closer to the places where the medical assistance is provided, while the longer-term rehabilitation could be provided in other centers. And that worked as a system. Now, whether it's working ideally, no. Now, in order to make it ideal, once again, at this point, I thank the team of the Ministry of Veterans. They've launched another service, an expert in supporting the veteran at hospital. Because, you know, asking a nurse or a junior doctor about the initiatives for the veterans, well, they may not know the answer. They may get irritated because that's not their profession. So when an expert in the field of supporting the veterans works, saying that he or she serves as the bridge in between of the veterans and the opportunities that he or she might have. So he should be kind of demonstrating what's next, because there's certain initiatives that goes outside of the medicine, but still kind of supported by the medicine practices, because the initiative of the Ministry of Veterans, like let's launch the project when the declaration of a family doctor is signed with the veteran, has its own peculiarities, because after the dismissal from the military service, the veteran might be contacting for medical assistance for screening programs like more regularly. So that's being launched. And there is a thousand of legal entities have contracts with the National Health Service of Ukraine paying for that service. Now, we need to kind of develop this initiative and proceed with that. Till the end of this year, we need to increase the number of inpatient treatment facilities so that after the inpatient rehabilitation, the person might be having some outpatient rehabilitation possibilities closer to the place of residence. We are also developing the mental health centers at cluster hospitals. And we also have another series of initiatives, and a series of good ones. If there will be questions, I'll be answering that. If not, I believe the Minister for Veterans will be mentioning those by herself. Thank you for the cooperation. This is now going to Galina. Veterans with disabilities. It's kind of a strange story today that veterans are locomotives for social changes, big ones. And in the third panel, we'll have a talk on the variousness. And most of what's being done by the state in a field of, overcoming the barriers is all because we do have a lot of veterans, a lot of servicemen who require the support because of their disabilities. So we're developing something for the veteran, then we'll look at how it works, and then we'll extend that to cover the civilians as well. So there's this question of employment of people with disabilities. That's a big challenge for the state. Now, there is kind of a big need among the employers. That's a big challenge for the veterans, because the disability, it's not only a wound, it's not only just some, physical changes, but look, there is emotional aspect. You would need to adapt to your own new body. So how would you suggest, or how would you offer us to proceed to a place where the veteran with disability would not become a component of social policy, but a component of the economic development? So how can we make sure that a person with disability who lost his limbs would still be able to kind of be a bread maker for their own family? It's important for the personal dignity, to be able to control your life by yourself. You have an enormous experience, and could you share that? Greetings, and I thank the veterans who defended and who are still defending our country. Thank you for making sure that we preserve our statehood, and that those government agencies, the president, the self-government institutions, for all of them still working, and they can work when our borders are being defended. So it's a gratitude, and it's a challenge for all the public agencies. I work in the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. We have our own challenges. We're trying to help in our way to make systematic decisions that would allow the executive or branch of power to support all those returning for more. The task of our committee is also related to the veterans policy. It's being kind of developed from zero, just as similar situation that the Ministry of Health had to do. We didn't have rehabilitology as an industry. Can I ask to have a round of applause to our Ministry of Health, and not only to him, but all those who participate in that. Really. Well, the reforms that European countries would be doing in, in 10 to 15 years, but inside of Ukraine, we also have, a war of old models, old organizational approaches, and the new ones and the new models. Now, in order to kind of crush the old Soviet-type system and to replace it with a new, you would need to exert a lot of efforts. So it was also kind of a war. That was done in the Ministry of Health. And we have three priorities in the committee: the health, the economic independence, and the honor, the dignity and respect towards those people who are allowing us to make reform under the conditions of the war. We have approved 21 kind of laws from 2022. I'm not saying that some previous draft laws regarding the combatants, the civilians who stood to defend their houses, carrying weapons with their hands without being able to properly enlist to the armed forces. We would need to settle some of the things like that. And that would be part of the code of the defenders of our statehood, meaning that these people who are kind of defending our statehood. Now, speaking of the health, it also starts with the kind of health system. Now, we're currently having the reform, and we're turning disability into the loss of functionality and then into the return of this functionality, or using the orthoprosthetics that are being implemented by the surgeons directly. Well, thanks to all these different aspects, we're trying to restore this functionality with the prosthetics in order to restore as much completely as possible the functionality of the individual. I mean, we're not machines. We're able to recover to a certain degree, so there are functions that are recoverable by the body, but there are certain things that could not be recovered, like the amputation of lower or upper limbs. There could be the amputation of other parts of the body that prevent the normal functioning of the human body. But we introduce the international standards, and we want to move away from those stages of disability that are still exist, and that kind of prevents or introduces certain obstacles for acquiring disability status for the service personnel. So we needed to increase the payments, but not doing that at the account of creating certain groups of disabilities. So we need to return the functionality, the efficiency to the people as possible, as much as possible. So currently we're also setting a higher level of support to the veterans in terms of acquiring prosthetics. They have 3 times more possibilities than civilians, than others. So we are trying to kind of separate the veterans into an absolutely different level of support and assistance using the state budget. Once again, I would like to say that all of the civilian budget that we have is something that we maintain thanks to the support, because the rest of the budget is dedicated to the support of the armed forces budget. So everything we have right now is spent on this health. After using the IMF and using all the rehabilitation facilities, this year we have signed like a few documents. Earlier, a person would need to visit some agencies and get some papers, but now the state creates a multidisciplinary team to investigate certain accidents. And organizational reforms, they're very much complicated, because you would need to dismiss someone, you would need to retrain someone, and that's, very sensitive, because people that worked for long years, they kind of get stuck with their own approaches. That is why it may be difficult somehow to change that. And then we're trying to make sure that that we work properly. We just made a law on the veterans entrepreneurship, and this law has been submitted for the signature of the President. In the Cabinet of Ministers, we are already ready to implement this kind of law, and the Code of Legislation on Labor, it kind of saves the employment position with the veteran, and the state agencies, they should have the veterans, and this is mentioned in the law on people with disabilities. And we have introduced a special quota for the employment of people with disabilities. It was only in private sector, even though the document said that the quota should be within this public sector. Now, already there is a draft law signed, and the state has 4% of quota on the employment of people with disabilities in self-governing institutions. And at a certain point, there is not always a possibility to employ 4% of people with disabilities, like state emergency service, police, and some other agencies. So the cabinet of ministers has to take into account. But still, there should be a readiness, and the people should be employed in order to have 4% of people with disabilities employed in public sector. Then another draft law on the employment of veterans in public sector, and we suggest for the veterans to make the following things. As you know, there is no competitions in public agencies during the times of war, and if there is an employment opportunity, then the veteran can apply for this position until there is a war and there is no competition, so this veteran can be employed. So if this law will be passed, then you can apply for a position in our agency as well as good salaries. If this draft law will be approved, there will be some benefits and some fees, because in certain positions where the veteran is not acquiring a high position in government officials, and we believe there will be some opposition and some deterrence, because people will be sitting on the positions they might be preventing for the employment of veterans. Now, there is a risk of that, but still we would need to employ a person with disability in public agency, and the person would need to accommodate, and for that we would be paying some benefits in the amount of up to 30% of his salary. I don't know how this is going to be, either through Ministry of Finance or others, but we would need to pay this additional bonuses for 2 years, because there is a difference in between of the payment that we are providing on the front line and in the civilian sector. So this additional bonus will be also paid if the veterans are returning to the civilian sector. So these are the new ideas that we need your support to approve, because it's some money in the state budget, and we're trying to reshuffle those money in support of the veterans. So the support of those draft laws is very important for the veterans. So let's make sure the health is being recovered as much as possible, so that the economic independence of every veteran and his family would be available after his return from the war, and so that the respect to these people would be available within the society. The society would be meeting its veteran, and there is a regional reform that is available for that. And we also had like 12,000 social workers, and they were working in the area but there is no veterans in there. There's veterans in the community, so we need to transfer them to the communities, find the capable communities, identify the incapable communities, so that we would make sure that they would have this community. Talking about capacity, it's not only about the money. There's also a need for the people who could be directing those money in support of those who defended us. Thank you. We try to move on swiftly. We've already talked about what should we need to do. Now let's go to the question of how should that be done. When we're talking that you're actively, cooperating with the Ministry of Veterans, it means that the Ministry of Veterans is literally sitting on your hand and, just reminding about itself. So we have a representative from the Ministry of Digital Transformation. So can you tell us about the plans and the projects that we currently have? Greetings. I would like to share this words of gratitude. Like my family was in Bucha, spent a couple of months under occupation. So I thank to all the defenders currently defending our country, for the government to be able to keep working, for the Verkhovna Rada to be able to keep approving laws, etc. So Indeed, sometimes the Ministry of Veterans is launching a DDoS attack in our working chats because there's a lot of initiatives and we are working fast in order to try and create some good services for all the veterans. First and foremost, we are talking about the Veterans ID. We have implemented that in DIA. It's easy to acquire, and we have over 600,000 generated IDs. But that's not 100%. Unfortunately, there are mistakes in registers, mistakes while entering data into the register. We understand that. There's a lot of requests to our help desk, and we're working together with the Ministry of Veterans in order to clear out the data so that everyone would be able to get this ID, would be able to use it. Now, what's the main idea? That any services, well, how they're working, you would need to verify the individual. And, there's many state programs attached to statuses, starting from e-housing and others. So we need to make sure that we identify the status of an individual. Now, for us, for the MDT, it's important that a Ukrainian would need to prove that he's a veteran or he's a person with disability, to scan some papers, to copy some papers, to take those papers from one office to another. It's very painful to us. And unfortunately, we start fighting with certain public agencies, and we try to stand for the convenience and humane approach while providing certain state services. So this is where we need to focus. We can verify different statuses. We're talking about the combatant, the person with disability as the result of the war, member of the family of the fallen soldier. Based on that, we can provide different services. In DIA, we have a separate directory called Veteran Pro, and it shows what's available now in a digital way. I agree that this is not enough, and we're actively working in order to make sure that we expand the list of available services. We are talking about the search for an expert to support a veteran. It's important to understand who are those experts, how do they work, what has to be improved. The next services are, this is the e-housing, that's the grants for the veterans, members of their families, up to 1 billion hryvnia. So as part of this e-job, there is a chance to apply for grants. We have a lot of videos showing how to create a business plan. The State Employment Service is actively engaged in that process in order to provide all the necessary consultations so that the veterans would be able to return to an active life, to create their own business and to develop and pay taxes and to be active citizens. Also, I would like to continue Halina's statement with regarding to the employment of persons with disabilities. There's a lot of programs with the reimbursement of the employers for the spending they would need to make in order to prepare the working side for a person with disability. Because after the return of a veteran, he or she would need to work in a different environment. So the state helps to create this environment, and also certain amendments have been made that not only the kind of employees could be using that, the sole proprietors could be using that. If you're renting a small office, you can also apply for this grant in order to help in to properly prepare your working place. I'm not going to speak about the veterans sport. It's all being actively used, but since DIA can verify the status, we can provide different other services like discounts, or could be different business programs. Speaking about car insurance, You can confirm the status via IDEA, get a 50% discount for car insurance. I know that the Ministry's veteran is working on a better service. Yeah, already we've approved the regulation, so now we need to change the app. Yes, we move on. Next week, we are planning to make a meeting together with the Ministry in order to discuss once again our map of services available to the veterans. We're open for proposals. We very much need to implement those services that are important for you, as well as any challenges that the veterans have that we can resolve by offering the digital tools. So please use those digital tools available. Just to remind you, in these centers for providing administrative services, we have all the offline services available also for you. So if you need 21 services are available at these centers at one-stop shop principle, so you can absolutely use that. Now, as for our next steps, the status of a combatant, this is something that we're planning to make it possible in a digital manner. We want to make it possible with the minimum amount of documents. We understand that the status is provided very fast, but gathering all these documents in order to acquire that status, well, that's a complicated task. We're also working on a comprehensive service called the Wounded Pathway. There is already regulatory changes, and we're working on the technical implementation. In autumn, we will launch this comprehensive service, allowing, subject to a single application, it will allow the veterans to get their respective statuses as well as one-time financial support. This is also available to members of their families. So we'll keep on communicating and mentioning these new services that we'll be implementing. But once again, we are waiting for your feedback, because it's important not just to launch the service, but to make sure that by launching the service, we're solving some sort of a challenge or a need, and to properly establish a cooperation between the state agencies, so that you wouldn't be even feeling the need to submit some sort of application to somewhere. So that's where we are focusing our attention. We thank the Ministry of Veterans for, motivating us. When I'm saying we kind of motivating people 24 o'clock, that's something what we really do. And while Valeria was speaking, I remember the conversation that I had. I recently made a phone call to Ola Rudneva, and she said, look, when the people are treating, we are searching for an expert via the veteran pool. We're contacting the person, and then the soldier is returning back home, and there is an expert meeting him at home already. So this is something we need to make sure that we establish for all the country, or countrywide. Now, the most difficult part of this job, that's already when all the laws are being, written, the money are allocated, but then we need to force people to work on the ground. So I would like to ask Mykola to share the successes, suggestions, some of the challenges maybe, so that the audience, and we have different regions available here, might be, using some of the experience. So maybe after this panel discussion, someone might suggest, something else. So first of all, greetings, and I thank to your dependents for the independence, for the ability to live in Ukraine. I thank to the veterans for the leadership and the organization of this event. It's truly important, because the meetings like that, they allow to solve certain challenges when we provide clear answers to some clear questions. So in the Kyiv region, with the involvement of Madam Minister, we had a meeting with local veterans 2 weeks ago. We talked to communities. We create advisory bodies at different communities. We have 69 communities. So there should be some veterans represented in order to advise us on any areas that require some additional attention. But the most important is that we can hear the amount of work being done by the government, by the state, and the government is the higher executive body. So the regional administration, as a bridge, has to connect everything in between of the communities and people, because whenever the person is returning after military service, he or she gets home into a certain community, and the level of kind of the possibility for implementing a variety of functions and services and policies available, that depends on the local kind of mayor or the head of the community. And we heard today that people are not robots, so at certain points it's hard to implement something at the kind of level of community. So we need to make sure we explain, we give possibilities to kind of implement every possibility, every service, every right, and every direction. I also wanted to say that we as a regional authority, we motivate the communities with our own programs. It could be the establishment of veteran pro hubs. We understand the importance of the meeting between of the veterans and others. If the community is feeling some sort of difficulties, we co-fund, we procure additional transport, we've approved some program, and if some of the veterans are not willing to leave our home because of the lack of, a transport or a car, a veteran driver might go and pick them up, and they would have, all the possibilities to kind of transport the people with the lack of mobility. So there's only one of the options. There's many of them where the leader, in the context of, the experts to supporting the veterans, we're using all the possibilities provided us by the state, because one of the 7 big rehabilitation centers will be established. Not the rehabilitation, one of the big veteran spaces. Yeah, but the rehabilitation will be provided as well. Rehabilitation can be different. We need to work with mental health, and there will be a big room for 500 square meters for physical rehabilitation. So we are using and trying to use every possibility. We're trying to come up with our own initiatives to have a coordination with the heads of communities, so everyone will have different rights and opportunities, even those communities that are not economically developed and they require co-funding.
There was a story recently which nicely depicted what things look like when done correctly. We had a meeting while in Lutsk with veterans, and one of the veterans said that my city did everything for me, but no ministerial aid, no oblast assistance. And I said, yeah, it was right, exactly. This is not a matter for the ministry. If you have to go to the administrative service delivery center to ask for something, this means that you weren't served correctly, and we are just starting this way. Our task is to do it as fast as possible with least possible mistakes. I've been told there's a comment from the MOMs, and yes, they have been active with community-level work, so please give them a mic. And we have Oleg Shumansky back. This is a deputy in charge of digitization, a young guy standing over there, the head of the digital team at the ministry. So any matter pertinent to digitization, please go to Oleg's commander. He is ready. We are ready to talk. Hi, I'm Alexandra Lukyanenko. I am the head of the veteran project sponsored by the international IOM, actually. I will gladly talk about what we've been doing in communities. Thanks for having me, by the way. It's been an honor for my organization to work on the matter together with other stakeholders, together with veterans, with the service organization. It is nice to be able to be present here, to share experience, to learn from others, to think about new updated programs to improve conditions for veterans coming back home. The IOM has been working with veterans since 2017. We've been working at different levels, also at the community level. We are developing our programs to help families of veterans, families of the fallen servicemen, and we work with veterans themselves. Among our core activities are those related to the practical implementation of the veteran policies on site. Since 2018, we were busy opening some of the first veteran development hubs in Lviv, Mykolaiv, Dnipro, Vinnytsia. It was an initiative together with the ministry, and thanks to it for being instrumental. We also have been helping veterans with employment since 2018. More than 1,000 grants was provided by us to veterans and their family members to ensure employment, to expand one's existing business, or to open a new one. This year, we intend to scale up our operations, and generally our approach when it comes to reintegration of veterans is tailored, individual one, because every has a unique set of needs, whether it's about health protection or employment or housing or help with mental health and so on. We think that every community has to have information specifically directed at veterans. Every community has to be able to rehome effectively a veteran coming back from the battlefield. We are actively working on inclusive employment opportunities, and today we have representatives of communities, international organizations, veterans and their family members. A nice collection of people, and we have to be ready to work together also to improve veteran men's programs to ensure their successful rehabilitation in their native communities. Yes, we've been talking today that it is for communities to help veterans reintegrate. And yes, this is also our joint responsibility. The courage, the resilience demonstrated by veterans is our future. So we thank the Veteran Ministry for coordinating this event. We thank the participants for their will to continue working with us together. Thank you. And I suggest we go all the way to questions. We are short on time, so let us be quick. And okay, I've heard from you already, from you as well. I think 3, maybe 4 questions max. No more. What about digital, Natalia? Wait. Let's have a competition. Who's able to raise the hand the highest? Yeah, from over there, please. Just introduce yourself. I'm Mikhailo Plashakov. At the moment, I'm the head of a dedicated patronage service dealing with our return POWs. Now, dear Victor, we are facing a problem related to the rehabilitation of our POWs. Whenever it is about rehabilitating them outside Ukraine, it's about huge pile of documents. and it's increasingly a challenge to have a certain specific number of people to make into one group to go somewhere. It's definitely necessary to simplify the whole thing. Still more that we have a growing number of countries willing to rehabilitate our servicemen. And it's really a challenge to have POWs, ex-POWs being rehabilitated in the country at war. The performance is much lower, and definitely outside this country, the rehabilitated ones will feel much better. So please take this idea to consider. Okay, thank you. The question of rehabilitation, any medical healthcare procedures outside the country, they are paid within Medivac program of the EU. We may have a variety of political arrangements with different ministers to accept and treat our wounded guys, but there's a red tape in the European Commission, under which it may only compensate for the stay of our servicemen on treatment abroad only if a specific set of documents is available. We do have a dedicated digitized tool to somehow facilitate the process. As soon as documents are processed and sent there, the program starts operating. Let's probably write some letters together to the European Commission, because as soon as we have our people send them for rehabilitation, we can continue helping them through our embassies, related CSOs, because, again, the EC may not be willing to pay for them further. Okay, thank you. Another thing, PTSD. Sometimes we see that it is not deemed a serious condition enough to be properly treated. Can I join in? You know, there is definitely no limitation in terms of Medivac program. In order to allow people with PTSD, has to have, first of all, a certain clinic or hospital in a relevant country able and willing to take our patients. They have to get confirmation from that hospital to say that, yes, we are working specifically, specializing on that, and we are ready to receive. I do know specific cases. Another year, we had a situation when people with severe burns would go to Europe to only find that the clinic initially ready to receive them wasn't specializing in burns, and they had to do something ASAP while guys were already there. And yes, it's about certain complexities, and because of that, some minimum numbers of people to be treated. It is like from the other side. The Ukrainian healthcare system did undergo certain transformation, and even for some services, we are already teaching others how to do. Our key task, I think, the core one, when it comes to PTSD, to create, you know, a sort of umbrella across all the country with psychology counselors and other such professionals to allow for that. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We'll return to that later. Okay. A young lady with a notebook, please. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Victoria Zrazhevska, representing the project that combines a number of veteran organizations. Veteran Hub, Heavenly 100, and many others. And just to talk about families, my question is to Galina Tretiakova. It is very important to have families of veterans recognized legally and formally This concerns both the living veterans, those killed or missing in action, those in captivity. And also a question, do you have any idea or position regarding the expansion of the pool of subjects of such policy? Well, we have legal provisions in the relevant law. Participants of military action, the family members, and there are specific texts in this law describing sort of benefits these people have the right to receive. Families included for active servicemen, for veterans, so legislatively it is there. As regards this idea of expanding the pool of beneficiaries to improve the workings of it, I'm not sure what you have in mind, because for veteran policy, the only beneficiary is someone who was fighting for Ukraine in whatever defense force or, well, military unit. Maybe it was a civilian combatant fighting to defend Ukraine with arms. Yes, after the full-scale invasion, we had multiple cases also in Bucha, in Kyiv Oblast, when civilians had to take arms in their hands, and this is why they're called also in the Convention combatants. And this is where the Commission sits to provide combatant status, and those were the people who fought together with self-defense forces. And as they had to cooperate with our self-defense forces, like in Kherson Oblast, we had people like guerrilla fighters. They were fighting together with our security and surveillance and intelligence services, doing their assignments, and we had to ensure they get relevant status. So we have relevant hotlines established to help these people get proper recognition. Simply, they were like that simply because there was no time for them to officially draft themselves. Yeah, I think next week when the bill will be registered in the parliament, it will be possible to better see how the new categories and new terms are described there. And we move on. This man, please. Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm Dmytro Krasitsky, the founder of Razom Healthcare Center. So when it comes to family health care, you, Natalia, mentioned, please come to us. We are ready to sign declaration. See, the competition is growing and is already hot. A very nice trend. I hope it will persist. Yeah, thank you. My question is to you, Victor. You did liquidate the commissions to identify disability status, mothballed creation. Nice to see them go away, but why did you leave commissions for that? For what? Just to page through documents to be provided by people with disabilities, veterans included? So one beast was killed, another still exists. From here, huge queues, huge lines in my own institution. We have situations when people with cancer could not survive long enough to get the necessary paperwork. Back in January, a whole group of people collected documents to apply for certain disability status. And, well, it is only now they were able to get relevant documents. These are people, cancer patients. And come next January, they will have to undergo another such bout because the document is just for 1 year. I strongly suggest the procedure gets digitized. A family doctor uses electronic signature to confirm, to authorize documents, to confirm their validity, and this is how the person sends the documents to the healthy online system. So I'm not sure why these commissions still exist. Thank you for the question. If you compare what we had at the time of the experts' commissions for disability were, and compare them with the current commissions, you will clearly see some improvements, clear improvements. The thing with those people who applied in January only to have to reapply next January, it was just a happenstance for them because it was the period of transformation, and they simply fell into that hole of transformation. Now it is all concrete, all specific, all understood. There are teams, there is a clear understanding of how many people we have to process because there are electronic queues. And whenever there are problems, there are hotlines, hot desks to specifically uncover the topic with those in charge, and we further modernize the system. The e-tool is the first iteration of the. We are preparing version 2.0 for that, and we are going to tend further. Now, when it comes to Commission itself, we need it because it is for Commission to identify the type of disability and the extent of benefits attributable to such person. And this will involve the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Social Policy, other such ministers. Let me redirect your question a bit. Initially, those old-time commissions were medical and social expert assessment or evaluation commissions. Currently, we are dealing with just the medical part of it. We need to finalize with the social to have a completely updated tool. And so this will provide better understanding of what kind of tool we are going to receive as version 2.0. Are they, or will there be glitches? Definitely they will. Because of that, we need more flexibility, we need more veterans in our teams to better work with social welfare professionals, with multidisciplinary teams. Still more, that rotation has been allowed for medical staff to go to serve in the military. So if I'm asked what is my primary concern within the healthcare, I can tell you that I'm concerned with every type of problem. And yeah, when it comes to healthcare professionals going to serve in the army, it's a problem because on the one hand, it's necessary. On the other hand, it's a question who will be treating people when these go to the front line. So it's a challenging part, but this is a path forward, and I had a talk on that with the President, with Natalia, particularly on the topic of mobilizing healthcare professionals on a contractual basis and having them return, discharge from the army and return to healthcare institutions. So it's a huge swath of problems. Thank you, Victor. I do feel a need for a wider discussion with you and those interested in it to discuss more the topic of the Expert Assessment Commission and related such things. Now, dear friends, we are hopelessly out of time. We have an unprecedented presence of ministries in each such panel, and we have another minister waiting to participate in the panel to come. I do know of many more questions that you may have to Victor, to Natalia, that is to me, to others, but maybe there will be time in the foyer. We try to remember all of your ideas and suggestions, and I do think that some Similar things will need to be discussed indeed. Maybe Galina is going also to tackle some matters within her committee in the Parliament. I kindly ask all of you, out of respect and being reminded of the respect that we enjoyed in the start of our panel, please come back or stay here for the next upcoming panel, because it will be the most important one. It will be about the time when you are already back from the front line. You've got your reintegration, and now the next panel to think about things to happen. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, the participants, for this second round discussion. And truly so, none of those present has to trickle away from the room. Please stay here. Please go on with your questions. Please discuss and come back for the next upcoming panel. Please come back in a short while, because the third panel is going to start soon.
Так, друзі, форум триває, третій.
The forum continues. This is the third and the final panel for today. So thank you for joining us once again. I'd like to share with you some story. I was visiting one of the veterans festival, and veterans were representing their own coffee. Some of the recipes for the coffee, I was a great veteran talking about the veterans business. And during this festival, there was an auction for one of the organizations supporting veterans and helping them with complicated treatment, logistics, etc. So there was a need to gather some money. There was kind of a product, and a person from Special Operation Forces made a trident, and it was sold to a veteran called Alexei, and he has 4 amputations. All of his limbs are amputated. It was like a big square, and he came to a stage kind of using the prosthetics, and he had to walk 200 meters, and he paid the money for this product, and he delivered a wonderful statement on the stage to support the veterans. I think that was the essence of Ukrainian veteranship, and I even made a video on my cell phone and make sure that I keep this video so that I would be able to show it to my children, grandchildren, etc., because that's a very important essence of who are the Ukrainian veterans. He's ready to develop himself, he keeps on moving, and he's supporting others. Now that's incredible. So the third panel, called the development, because this is very important, because we're talking about the support to Ukrainian veterans. So we have Yuri Kirilla, Deputy Minister for Veterans of Ukraine. So please come and join me on the stage. So, how are you? How's the mood? Good. So, greetings, everyone, dear veterans, friends, colleagues. Today we'll be talking about the development, because for Ukraine, this is not just a metaphor. This is one of the key strategic goals that we kind of identify in the most important strategic documents. First of all, our plan for the recovery of Ukraine and the strategy for the veterans policy, approved till a period of 2030. Now, for the veterans, this notion has a special meaning, because it's not only about the return from the war. The development means that after those tests, after those sufferings and losses, we're able not just to recover what's being damaged, but to develop and to build a new quality of our life. This is the path of return to our civilian life. This is an opportunity not only to find yourself in a new role, but become a locomotive for our economy, for the development of our communities, and for our country. Our task as a state, as a business, as a civilian society, is to make sure that this path would be open in a systemic manner to everyone. Aristotle once said that the true development, it's not about private happiness, it's about life filled of senses, filled of proper qualities for our society. This is very important because the development of a veteran, it's not just a personal path for every single veteran, but a strategic recovery and improvement of our country. That is why we will have the panelists representing all of those dimensions. They're working on a daily basis in those areas where the future of our country is being developed. So let's have our panelists, Oleksiy Kuleba, Vice Prime Minister for the Recovery of Ukraine, Minister for the Development of Communities and Territories, Bidny, Minister for Youth and Sports, Herman Smetanin, Director General for the Joint Stock Company Ukroboronprom. Oleksiy Tunin, the veteran captain of the Invictus Games team of Ukraine. Andriy Lavrinovich, member of the strategic board of the FPV production company General Chereshnya. So, talking about the return of the veterans, and as was already mentioned during the previous panels, it's important that we recover our own health, because health is the most precious thing. This is something we always need in order to be able to operate effectively, to live, to recover our country, and to develop it, and surely to create our own family. But the most important and the key principles is the economic independence of the veterans and the employment, the return to these jobs. Now, that's one of the matters that are very much present a concern for the veterans whenever they're dismissed from the service. So, Oleksiy, which programs are currently implemented by the ministry, and any other programs that you're planning in order to open up the labor market for the veterans? Currently, the agricultural sector is working under conditions of partial occupation and mining of the fields. So which role could be played by the veterans community in the recovery of the agriculture, and how do you consider the integration of the veterans via these processes? For example, involvement in demining of the fields and launching local companies. Thank you. So I thank you. Thank you for the service. Indeed, this is very important to me. we can do our job, particularly thanks to your efforts. The Ministry of Economy was a big one, and it grew even bigger. We have a variety of programs we're doing for the veterans. Now, what is working great is their own business for the veterans. We have our program called Our Own Company, or Own Entrepreneurs. It offers grants to the veterans and members of the family. You can have a grant of up to 1 million hryvnia, and over 60% of the veterans, according to the polls, would like to have their own business after they return from the service. So this is the program for that. Over 2,000 veterans have already used this service, which is over 1 billion hryvnia, was allocated in the form of grants. And there is the website, Vlastne Sprava Grant. You can use this website to apply for the grant, and it works perfect. It means that the veteran will have his own job, and the program also involves for the need to create a job as part of this grant. So this is a small business and an opportunity for the veteran and his friends. We will continue with the development of this program, kind of our business, our entrepreneurship, and then training and retraining. Surely, over the period of the full-scale war, the labor market has changed, and there could be a lack of jobs because of war, and the veterans are acquiring new skills like command and control or demining. You can use the State Employment Service website and get a voucher for the training. We have 500,000 veterans who use those vouchers and get the retraining to 150 different professions. The cost of the voucher is 30,000 hryvnia, but it works, really. After additional training, the people would have better opportunities on the labor market. You can also have the training in the vocational centers, vocational training centers, in order to get some other professions. And there's a lot of vocational centers that are training the employees for the companies of Herman Smetana. And 3,000 veterans have used this opportunity. Then we have a separate program for the lack of barriers, because we need to make sure that the job opportunities would be without any barriers. So we can allocate up to 100,000 hryvnia to the employers in order for them to accommodate the job places for the people with disabilities. So if you have a job place without such opportunities, you can ask the employer to use this opportunity, and we are doing that. Now, talking on the agriculture, I think 2 weeks ago, we've announced for the there's this program called e-housing, which provides for the loans for veterans, members of their families, and we've extended this program. And you can go to the bank and get some beneficial loan to buy the housing for your family. Now, just a few things on the agriculture. Ihor Bezkorvayny, Deputy Minister, surely you know him because he's very active. He's an active participant of Invictus Games. He went to a mission with the veterans to the United States, so he's leading all of our directions related to the demining. So he's the responsible for demining, and that is absolutely related to the agriculture. Now, in demining, there's a lot of veterans employed currently. We have a separate program with UNDP on that. allowing to engage veterans to demining operations, because these are the people who know how to handle with the explosive devices, and later on they are becoming the leaders of the teams in demining. So in September we'll also be searching for 40 additional individuals to be engaged in this topic. So if anyone interested, please. Thank you. Indeed, it's important to have a place that you can return to after the service, so that you would understand that you know, the community needs you, your family needs you upon the return. Now, it's important that we are on the right track today. We're working in a systemic manner so that the jobs would be more barrier-free. But it's important that we spend a lot of time and efforts to our physical condition as part of the recovery. When I was attending the Invictus Games, I could see, you know, the way those people are kind of are winning every day. They're overcoming the pain. They're overcoming some difficulties. They're gaining their victory, you know, even despite their inability to go in for sport 100%, but still they're creating their own types of sport. So, Matvey, adaptive sport is not only about recovering physical conditions, it's about socialization, new possibilities for the veterans in the community. So, which steps are being made by the Ministry of Youth and Sport in order for those programs to be accessible around the country, particularly in small cities, and maybe even in cities close to frontline? Because, you know, for many veterans, sport is becoming, you know, the way to feel new victories in civilian life, to open up new possibilities, and maybe even to set an example to others. So, how do you support these transformations? I mean, motivational programs or creating conditions for, you know, serving as coaches and leadership in sport. Well, thank you. I should also start my statement with the words of gratitude, because I believe we should start all the activities, all these days, well, thanks to you, dear veterans. It is, indeed. Adaptive sport is about the involvement, about massive sport. It's not about results, maybe, but rather the ability to create your own communities and get united kind of over some constructive aims or goals, allowing to create new team, new family, and to overcome some complexities in joint manner. Because the main function of the sport, it was always about unification, cohesion. From the very first days of the full-scale invasion, we started to think on how we can be using our tools to improve the condition and recreation of those veterans coming from the front line after being wounded. And we kind of realized that everyone should be barrier-free, that for the veteran to be able to join. But of course, there were certain psychological barriers, but still, we came to our first initiative. We started to create adaptive clubs. That was a response to some of the application of coaches who started to volunteer and unite the veterans around them. In some cases, there were the veterans with experience in coaching. They started to gather, you know, the veterans around themselves and give them new goal in their life, create sport teams. So we started to create these adaptive clubs. Currently, there's around 120. By the end of the year, we're planning to have 200 of them. These are properly equipped clubs with some equipment, with some gears, with the properly trained coaches. We started the establishment of the special curriculums at the basis of the institutes and university. We have the advanced training curriculums for these coaches. So together with the donors and together with the UNDP, because they helped with the funding of 2 advanced training sessions for coaches. And together with the Ministry of Veterans, we went to Invictus Games, and then we kind of realized that the sport is the best tool possible for rehabilitation, socialization, for making sure that the veterans would be kind of get united. Then we realized we needed some legislation, and in a very fast manner, we came up with this draft law on the adaptive sport. It was voted by the parliament. It's already went in action, and now we can work further on, and we can cooperate, because surely our efforts are not enough, and we need to engage a wider community. We contacted our federations, sport federations that are developing different types of sports and kind of sports, and they can start within their own disciplines and new adaptive ways, like adaptive swimming, adaptive wrestling, for example, like jiu-jitsu. That is very actively developed, and we suggested every federation, like, please, within your kind of sport, please create some sort of clubs in the different regions. Make sure you involve some veterans, and we can help with some classes. We can fund the competitions, and the Strongman Federation joined in very actively. Even before the law was approved, they actively cooperated with the Ministry of Veterans and our ministries, setting the example. And now there's over 40 different federations came up with this discipline, so it's already 40 different adaptive kinds of sports. And today, we had already the conversations about the adaptive bowling. So the more kinds of sports we will have, the more federations and civilizations will be involving our veterans, the more open they will be for the veteran communities. And the better, the more effective would be our work. In conclusion, I just wanted to say that the reform that we are implementing today, that is the development of a European model of sport, which involves the club system. I think that is the impetus that would give the veteran community a chance to get united, to go in for sport and get some support from communities, because currently there is no other tool available. I mean, the communities, they have the chance to support the sport clubs created in the form of civil associations. And there's a big hope that I place on the veterans. They are very active. They have a lot of initiatives. They have to get united. They have to establish their own sport clubs. We have pilot projects. We're ready to support that. We're ready to get assistance from the federation, from the communities, and to develop this possibility. I think this is the best thing that you can get united around in the community. And then it's all about the responsibility for yourself, your health, your sport club, the community, and the whole Ukraine. That's the essence of the sport. Thank you. Thank you, Matvey. Indeed, veteran sport, adaptive sport is crucially important. And we're talking about the barrier-free situation that we're creating in all these spheres. I would like to also invite Oleksiy Kuleba, the Vice Prime Minister for the Recovery of Ukraine, Ministry of Development of Communities and Territories, to the stage. Oleksiy, the communities are the first place where the veterans are returning to. So Speaking of the programs of the development of communities, do they think of the infrastructure or the pathways for the veterans and any mechanism provided for the recovery strategy that would involve the veterans in developing new job places and development of communities? And how are countries planning to support those veterans who are returning to the areas close to front line, to the deoccupied territories, having a lot of challenges by themselves? Thank you. How much do I have? Like 40 minutes or so, based on the question. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank all the veterans here and those who are kind of available online. You are the leaders of our society, and whenever we are talking about the communities and the fact that our soldiers are returning, and what is the status of them? Well, the statement is very clear, but it's still very important for the further implementation. It's not the person that has to accommodate to the community which is returning to, but the community has to integrate the veterans. They have to understand and know how this could be done, and this should be done. Because in many cases, this is done only, based on some human contacts, on emotional aspects. I mean, this is possible still. I mean, we're all people. I mean, there's different aspects that are available, but there should be some framework still. And this is something that is identified by the state policy. Now, what we are doing, we have a strategy for the regional development. Now, one of the key tasks under the strategy for the communities is to make sure they would create the proper conditions for the veterans and members of their families, because we clearly understand that veteran, it's not just a person, not a single military returning back, it's a family. And in many cases, the family would also need some additional conditions. Now, how that may be implemented, every community, every region should have their own strategy. We got used to this word strategy, and we may be thinking that this is something that is related to some distant future, but no. This is a very kind of practical thing, because the community, they should have the programs that would be kind of acting for the sake of the development of the community. Now, the priority should definitely lie within the work for the veterans. And this is, I would like to use this wording, because that should be the case. And we already have the examples of the communities having established things like that. The programs should not only be created at the cost of the communities, surely there has to be a 3-level funding. Currently, we have even 4 elements in place, because there is this dimension of community, then there is a region or oblast, then there is this state support, and of course, currently we have also this possibility of acquiring support from our international partners. Now, it's important that we kind of truly understand and precious this support for the government and for the state. So when the Secretary General of NATO was introducing and opening remarks at this forum, and that is an extraordinary event. And what the leadership is doing of our country, what the Supreme Commander-in-Chief is doing, that should be clear for us that we have to preserve it. And all those 11 years of war and 4 years of the full-scale invasion, well, we have it, and that means that our strategic planning should be done for decades, because our enemy thinks of decades. We need to do the same. And whenever we're talking about the integration of our veterans into the communities, into the society, Well, it's not that we are integrating them and everything will stay as it was during 2022 or 2013. Now, the reality is forever changed. It's going to be a different one. I'm not a visionary. I cannot tell you how it will look like, but it will be different, that's for sure. So whenever we're saying that the state needs to offer something, well, that's a kind of a two-way street. So the soldiers, the military, the veterans, they should also come up with something. And they're coming up with the understanding that security should be like as a number one thing. I mean, it's not the leader of certain region like understand that there is a need for a construction of shelter or something, but he will not be able to reject a veteran if the veteran would be saying that, okay, that has to be constructed here and there, then surely they will do so. The veterans, they are offering leadership to our communities. They're setting the example for the youth to follow and for other people in the community to follow. So that's a kind of a two-way street and for the country that we need to develop. Surely we are on a difficult path. We are on the path with many different directions, informational war, but I am confident that we've managed to stand our ground over this 3.5 years of the full-scale war. We've already kind of developed this capacity to understand things that we need to change inside of ourselves, inside of our society, in order for the veterans to be like our priority, because this is our security component in all the kind of matters of this world. So that's the kind of the strategy and the understanding of that. Now, just a couple of words on barrier-free approaches. It's hard to, explain in a few sentences, but we have a flagship project that we're implementing together with many ministries, with 15 self-government bodies. We're doing a pilot project in 15 communities, and we want to demonstrate and we want to implement the best practices for the barrier-free pathways. They are very different because we took different communities, different self-government organizations. There are small communities, and there is the city of Lviv, and there is the city of Kyiv, and the duration of pathways is also different from 2 kilometers to 20 kilometers. But what's the most important, that throughout this pathway, throughout this route, all these objects that you see, they should be turned into barrier-free ones. That's an ambitious task, a difficult one, but I'm happy that communities are participating. We're currently at a stage of presentation, so we are coming from, presentations and ideas to the practical implementation of this project. So I would like to invite all the veterans, please join us. We're doing that for you, and your assessment is the key for us. It's the most important for us. Now, our ministry serves as the coordinator and the implementing party of the project, and we want to realize how to continue working with the state construction norms. What else do we need to change? How to adapt the norms to the modern times. So we still have a lot of interesting initiatives. Once again, I would like to extend words of gratitude to all of you, and big thanks for what you're doing for your society.
Thank you, Alexei. Actually, it's extremely important to plan for decades, and our veterans are exactly an example of the leadership of those people who will be implementing the strategies. Now, Alexei, I have a question to you. You've become an example of how one may tread the way from one's personal losses on the battlefield to personal leadership, inspiration. And could you please share some of your experience with other veterans only thinking of getting the way? What is the key advice you may provide to them? How, in your opinion, we could make our communities, our veteran sports better accessible to all of our veterans, regardless of the level of training, preparedness, residential area, and so on, age, sex, and what can be done by the government to contribute to it? I wish everyone to stay healthy. Thanks everyone defending us for this ability to get together and talk on that. I'm not going to advise anything to anyone. I'm not in a position for it. But just to give an example of the Invictus Games, when I still was in the hospital yet, I thought that probably I will just simply and quietly retire to play computer war games. The dot. But then I came to know about the Invictus game and I forgot about this dot game. It just doesn't fly with me anymore. When I got a call from the Superhumans Center, by the way, I would say kudos to them. They raised the bar real high in terms of conditions. They've created all the whole ecosystem to show you what can be done, to make you dream of it and willing to do it. Then I got invited to participate as a veteran to Invictus Games. Interestingly, there were no sports there that I had been going into before, but well, I couldn't do it anyhow. But it was very important in terms that I was able to overcome some initial fears. Yes, I did hesitate at some point, but I was assured by a guy from there, it's not about high-level achievements, just try it. I went to a training camp in Konchizaspa, and I do remember what Igor Kritsak, he is here now, I do remember him saying, just chill out, just enjoy yourself while here. And this was the sea that planted inside me. I opted for swimming. I would go at 7 in the morning to swim. I had an hour and a half of swimming there, and I would enjoy chilling out in this resort area of Konchizaspa for the whole of the day. And I actually was asked, have I come up with an idea of a sports I'd like to take? I said, probably yes. I am still thinking of others. And Kritsak said, actually, there's just one sport you can take at the moment, so just think of continuing. It was good because this gives you a chance to reconsider. Plus, this community that we had like sports camps practically every couple of months. So 2024 was probably the best year of my life, that year and some of the 2025, because you were with your fellow servicemen in a comforting environment, able to do sports. To the extent that you start thinking of yourself as a kind of a rock star that will at some point go to compete somewhere, inspiring more fans. I myself didn't expect it would go in such a scale. I thought it was probably oblast level, mini competition for retired and maimed men. Now, and then you see huge competitions with people attending in droves, cheering you up, and Yes. If before I would think that we are just small fry in a war-torn country, but it was completely shattered, that idea, when I came to the real competition. We, the veterans, were able to show the spirit, the strength we have. We were able to prove what it's worth to be the Ukrainian. We showed off our country, Ukraine. And we promised ourselves that we will be able to deliver even better results. Now, you mentioned senses, how to find a sense in it. After my first competition, it was a sort of mini burnout because of high emotion that I've been running. Then after the competition, you're kind of exhausted. And you think that probably you won't get any higher. You consider something that may give you a better kick, you know. But then morning comes and you understand that you miss your training, that you want to go for more sports. It's no longer a feeling of a retired serviceman with disability. You know that you have your training camp at 8 sharp, and I'm already started training in rugby, wheelchair rugby. I'm actually trying to remember many of your faces, to probably invite some of you to our team, and just using this possibility. On the 30th of this month, there will be an all-Ukrainian championship of wheel rugby teams. Please, do not forget, come to see us, come to cheer us. Bring your families, your friends. Let us make a crowd of 40,000 on this stadium to show it's not in vain. It has never been in vain. Because, yeah, this is about finding a sense in your living. Just from my own example. I'm probably more energetic, if a bit. There are other guys that can be easily discouraged, particularly at the start of it. Some that would be like ashamed to draw too much attention. From here, I think it's the question with organizing such events. Because sometimes I hear from guys, can you help, come out to my place to collect me to go to competition? I would tell them that, no, it's only for me. I cannot do it. Now I have this possibility. I can get a couple more guys in my car to avoid them paying a cab fare and to go with me. But really, for organizers, for event coordinators, there could be a point, because not everyone is able to commute. Even worse if urban transport is to be used, because for some subway stations you may spend a good 20 minutes just attempting to go down there. It's not about funds, actually. It's about the time and the efforts to pay to get there. Because of that, many guys give up early in the stage, discouraged by this commuting problem. Now, there were mentions of the government and potential kind of assistance they can deliver. From my talk with others, I'm never mentioning the country or the nation, because the country is us, but we have the government in the country, and probably the government can do more. You know, you can go to Poltava and you see what's happening there and think, why did I survive? For this, you can see some bad eye moves in Kharkiv and so on. So, meanwhile, we have to get together to focus our efforts. Nothing will come out of it if we pay no efforts to that. Yes, you can just grab a bottle and sit in your room drinking day after day and writing some angry posts on Facebook about how bad the government is. But in reality, It takes some initial strength and the feeling of community to start. I myself did some efforts because when I was in hospital, no one would come to say me that you are going to be a media personality, a rising sports star, and you can do something. It was some initial move that I had to do myself, and many more people need to be helped for that. In the international level of such competition is important because it raises, the bar. The more we are to represent country, the better we will feel ourselves, the better will be the image of our country, because our country is strong. So, love Ukraine, listen to what your mom says, eat well, stay healthy. Thank you, Alexei. Actually, we've mentioned already how to recover our strength, our spirit, how to motivate oneself and each other, how to support each other. And we already see how our veterans are already supporting themselves and each other. There was also a mention on one's own efforts, one's own choices. Yes, these are the choices veterans have to make every day. Not all of them, definitely, but the most proactive part of them. Yes, they think of their choices. Many of them think about starting their own business, for example. At some point, we analyzed the number of jobs created with new businesses set up by veterans. It was just out of interest because our team, well, we were never asked to do any survey like this. But I can tell you that at the moment we have about 2,000 new jobs created out of 1,000 grants obtained by our defenders. And when we looked into the employed people who they did employ, we saw a great number of veterans themselves, family members, also the family members and relations of those who was killed. And yes, veteran business can become a nice way to recover after the battles, as well as it can also improve the country and enhance its own defense capacity. Now, Vladimir, what was the key point for you in this growth, in this flourishing? Was it to grant support you got? Was it about your team? Was it about your own motivation, as Alexei has mentioned? Did you expect or did you need some steps from the public, from the government to help veterans go the full mile? From a rough idea to an own business set up, to new employment, to support of the army, to the enhancement of the defense capacity of the country. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the question. Just a couple of words about my company, Zaporizhia. I do know there are many people here from Zaporizhia and Melitopol. We've talked to them today already. So the beginning of the full-scale invasion, volunteer movement that we had done, and then it would grow into something bigger. Our team created a guerrilla unit to coordinate about 1,000 on the currently occupied territory. We call this Chereshnya unit. We would provide the intelligence we gathered to the military. Then we had to kickstart the Delta Information Center in Zaporizhia direction. We actively worked with numerous military detachments, providing them with important information. It was the time when FPV drones were only appearing for the first time on the front line, but we already had this vision and feeling that the war would inevitably become a war of drones. At that time, we started assembling drones ourselves. We got some people from motor siege company with better knowledge of helicopter-style flying crafts. And we showed some of the produce to the military guys, and they said, cool, we need more of these. Then we would spend our own money on that. We would talk to big businesses to ask for help. And then we hit the production wall of about 1,000 drones a month. It was when an understanding that we cannot do more as volunteers appeared. And then we went for a business model, and now we rank among the 5 top companies in terms of the number of effective kills with our FPV drones. So if you ask me what's at the core of it, people is the most valuable commodity. We are human-centric, we are veteran-centric. We have more than 20% of our current staff as veterans. Yes, and initially our team was the one of volunteers. Some of them were drafted, then discharged. We had a veteran among our co-founders, some veterans in our top management team. So we do our best to support a variety of veteran activities. Besides making FPV drones, we also do our best to help the army with everything we can, drones and not only. We try to enhance capacities and operations of each and every ministry. Our internal corporate life is quite dense, and we try providing information in social media. So we have classified information that we keep quiet about, but we have other types of activities, social as well, that we advertise, inviting veterans also for sporting events. We have like all sorts of running events, we have concerts, we have events to commemorate our fallen comrades or our next of kin. This is a uniting thing for us. You know, with a lot of veterans in our teams, you know, maybe they're still a minority, but they are the most active one. And this is exactly the nucleus around which the whole corporate culture in our company develops, and they prevent others from being too complacent about their job responsibilities or performance. We have a bunch of very conscious people among us with clear understanding of their motivation, their reasons to come to work, that is, to destroy Russians and to support and help our servicemen. This is the key motivation. Thank you, Andrei. Actually, the defense and security sector is the biggest employer for our defenders. Still, there's an industrial military complex, the defense industry, that can become the biggest opportunity for our veterans. Dear German, could you tell us more about prospects for our veterans to find better employment in your companies? We've heard of already nice examples of some companies working in the area. Could you tell us about other mechanisms that already exist that you probably want to create? Otherwise, what is your intention? How you intend to train our veterans to ensure they occupy key positions in the sector, given the invaluable experience they have, probably the most invaluable one in the whole country. Still more that for your sector, this is the most coveted part of people. Otherwise, you would spend time and time to grow professionals. Yeah, thank you for the question. To start with the thanks to all the veterans, those who continue defending the country and our independence, those who contribute to the strengthening of our defense complex. At the moment, Ukroboronprom hosts about 1,000 veterans, practically double the initial number. About a year ago, we launched our Veterans Support Center, and we have its manager, Yeva, here with us. So if anyone is looking for employment, or if you know someone with a desire like that, please contact us. At the moment, we already have 1,470 openings. Also for veterans, we have 300,000 working in the defense sector currently. Do you know, maybe some of you is working in the defense sector, or some of you know someone who works there. I myself know some of them. We have 112 defense companies. I talk to universities to foster cooperation. We have a sports club, also with a focus on assistance to veterans. So you can also go in for sports with us. So we'll be glad to see you among our staff members, working with our partners, also private partners. And thank you for your everyday effort to make us stronger. You are testing the arms we produce. You provide us with some testing examples from the battlefield. In the majority of cases, veterans are quite able to produce armaments, and many of them already do this, whether near the front line or deep into the rear. But thank you for what you've been doing to boost our defense industry. Thank you. It's important indeed to develop and strengthen each of our sectors. These days we are helped in that by the government, by businesses, by the civic society, but also importantly by our international partners, without whose help we wouldn't be able to do what we've been doing. And we have Olena Ursus from the UNDP with us today, with hopes she will give a comment from her side. Thank you, Julia. We truly thank the Ministry for Veteran Affairs for uniting all of us around this forum. The UNDP has been really proactive in its cooperation with multiple institutions. We do thank Alexei, Matvey for the mention of partner initiatives. Big thanks to Alexei from the Ministry. We're actively working on the community level. We work to digitize veteran services, to improve rehabilitation services to veterans, to ensure the social rehabilitation available to them and their family members goes with success. And yes, the community level remains our priority, as Natalia has mentioned it many times. It is the community to where veterans come back, and we want these communities to be able to implement this comprehensive approach to create a whole ecosystem to support veterans coming back home. We help them with developing relevant policies. We help them establishing veteran hubs and spaces, veteran development centers. We help them train social support professionals, and we also actively work to support civic initiatives of veterans themselves. So this is a small grant-based support. It can be about veteran sports, adaptive sports, psychological and social support, mental health initiatives. We also offer grants for economic and business development for veterans, social enterprise included. We help veterans to develop their leadership skills at the community level. We are really happy to see that thanks to our collaboration with our European partners from the EU, we work with Swedish, Danish governments, many other countries. Now we are working on 3-year programs of veteran support. Well, these programs will be multifaceted, but the veteran support will be standing prominently in them. And we thank again all the defenders and veterans for doing this important job for everyone in this country. Thank you, Lena. Thank you for your daily engagement. Truly, this is important. With such important topics flying, it's probably the time to give the floor over to the person who is the driving force behind everything. Natalia, over to you. Yeah, it was a nice move for me to wrap up the forum. I'd like to thank all the ministers for them finding time to participate. We are working currently on the budgets, but they did find time for that. It was very important and nice to hear what veterans have to say. And really, this is the reason why I said this panel is the most important one. You know that FedEx is a business established by a veteran. The Nike company was also established by a veteran. So there are already companies working in the development sector. I do hope that you will continue your own business, developing better drones to kill more Russians. I do hope that Alexei will become a prominent sportsman. German, hopefully, will do even more with defense industry. And given the many people from the sector who went to defend the country back in 2022, we hope some of them will come back to strengthen defense industry. And I think the economy and the security will flourish and will benefit from efforts of everyone I mentioned, and not just them. So, dear guys, you may visit all the ministries to see options, but don't forget to come to Mommy, that is to me, because I will be helping you out. I'm truly amazed to see the still many people we have in the room, in spite of the late time. I think this is the time for a family photo. Don't forget to face over there, because the photo guy is standing there. Let me somehow manage the spot for you. And I need to have a photo guy. Do we have a photo man here? Okay. Now, come on, let's get together quickly. Dear friends, please form the rows at this podium. Yes, you are probably the tallest guy, so go upstairs, please. Are you able to negotiate it via this ramp, please? Krytsak, please do. Guys, let us do it quicker. The photo guys, are you ready? Karina, Gena, please come back. Okay. Just a sec. For me to check if everybody is visible. I don't see the Vice Prime Minister. Can I ask you to come to prominence? Stop hiding behind girls. Girls, please come closer to the center. Please let this lady come to a better position. A whole lot of free space nearby me. Okay, big thanks everyone. And well, we're making photo till the next meeting next year. Do we still have a photoman to do this? Thank you, thank you. And this draws our VIII International Veterans Forum to a close. Dear friends, we could not communicate privately before that, but now we are free to do so. So any questions, any unanswered ones, any ideas, do not forget them. Big thanks to every veteran standing here, manning the front line. Big thanks to the Veteran Ministry. Thank you for organizing and coordinating this memorable event. We value this. It was a fruitful day and it is not yet over. So please continue drawing the most benefit from it. Make contact, liaise, negotiate, network. Until the next forum, guys.